Chapter 968. The sky was dim and the earth was groaning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The masters from the three clans flew over a city and spread out their divine senses, but after noticing that there were no signs of life in this huge city, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This was already the 10th dead city they had seen so far. These cities were originally bustling with noise and excitement, but now they had all been reduced to rubble, with dark blood stains everywhere, and the bones of the dead nowhere to be seen. After leaving Nine Heaven's Holy Land, after traveling for more than a month, a few days ago, as they gradually approached Water Spirit Temple, the masters from the three clans found that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The Bone Race's expansion had been rapid, and with Water Spirit Temple as its center, the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers had become empty. Even the birds that were normally seen here had disappeared. This area of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have become a dead territory, with not a single living creature to be seen. On the human race's side, at least 100,000 people had disappeared. How many more Bone Race clansmen could be born from these 100,000 corpses? No one could calculate clearly. In front of them, a blue light flashed and Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression dignified. "What's the situation?" Chu Lingxiao hurriedly asked. Because Yang Kai had a star shuttle, he had gone ahead a few days ago to inquire about the situation and had only returned today. Not optimistic. Yang Kai shook his head and glanced over at the many masters behind them. The Bone Race now has at least 3,000 clansmen, none of whom is below the transcendent realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone paled. When Yang Kai had first encountered the Bone Race, they only had a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, numbering no more than 200. But after just half a year, their number had actually exceeded 3,000. This kind of crazy growth was almost impossible to accept, and these 3,000 people were all masters whose strength had surpassed the transcendent realm. Such a force was enough to sweep across the world. We only have a little over 1,000 people, but their numbers are 3 times greater than ours. Chu Lingxiao called out in amazement, even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him feeling somewhat pale at this moment. Zhang Yuan, Thunder Dragon, and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are bad sides and good sides. Although there are quite a few of them, most of them are transcendents. The number of Saint Realm Masters has not increased by much. I estimate that there are only about 20 more than half a year ago. On the other hand, we have 200 saints on our side. In this regard, they are inferior to us. But the remaining transcendents are also a big problem, Meng Wuya frowned. Yang Kai grinned. Leave those transcendents to me. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he was so confident. Even Meng Wuya and Chu Lingxiao didn't dare say they could deal with 2,000 to 3,000 transcendents, let alone a rising star like Yang Kai. We should rejoice that we only managed to delay for less than half a year. If we had given the Bone Race another year, no one in this world would have been able to defeat them, Yang Kai said with a look of lingering fear. The Bone Race's development speed was simply too fast. This time, the three clans joining forces should be able to destroy the Bone Race. But if they had been given another year, or even half a year, the outcome would have been uncertain. All of them are now occupying several islands near Water Spirit Temple, less than 500 kilometers from here. Everyone has been on the road for so long. Let's rest for a while and set out again in 2 days, Yang Kai shouted. No one had any objections. They were about to arrive at Water Spirit Temple, and a great battle was about to break out. Naturally, they needed to maintain their peak state. In such a large-scale melee, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Immediately, many masters flew down to the ground and found a place to meditate and restore themselves. In the Water God Temple, the islands were already covered by a thick blood cloud. It was bright red, and even the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. The originally blue seawater was now a deep red, as if it had been injected with blood. In the middle of the island, there was a huge pool of blood. The thick blood seemed to be boiling, constantly rolling and bubbling. Many pale white bones and countless herbs floated up and down in this pool of blood, just like the scene Yang Kai had seen before. The only difference was that this blood pool was much larger than the one Yang Kai had seen before. It occupied almost half of the entire island's surface area and was incredibly deep. Around the blood pool, many Bone Race clansmen had gathered, pouring their life essence into it to help new clansmen be born. Countless ferocious faces, like strands of serene soul, were trapped in the blood pool, struggling and roaring, filling the island with a gloomy atmosphere. Kaluo sat at the highest point on the island, overlooking the blood pool, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a Bone Race clansman hurried over and reported, "Master, the masters of this world seem to have been attracted to this place. They are currently resting not far from here." Kaluo's ghastly eyes flickered as he grinned. "They've finally come, but it's too late." Saying so, Kaluo stood up from his chair and declared, "The creatures of this world are really stupid, actually giving my clan half a year to prepare. If it weren't for this half-year buffer, even if my clan had recovered, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, but now it's different. Since they dared to come, we will make them pay the price and turn them into our companions." His voice was loud and filled with confidence, causing the Bone Race clansmen who came to report to feel his blood boil, as if he could already see his clansmen dominating this world and enslaving all of its inhabitants. "Pass down my order. Tell our clansmen to stop pouring their life essence into the blood pool and have the newly born clansmen absorb the energy in the blood pool as soon as possible to shape their bodies." Yes. The Bone Race clansmen immediately retreated and hurried to the blood pool to pass down the order. A moment later, the Bone Race clansmen gathered around the blood pool, stopped what they were doing, and began to absorb the energy in the blood pool. The skeletons who originally had no physical bodies gained their own bodies in a very short time. The Bone Race clansmen who already had physical bodies became even stronger after absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The Bone Race was also ready to go all out. In the next moment, the blood cloud that had gathered above Water Spirit Temple gradually disappeared. All the energy contained within the blood cloud was absorbed into the Bone Race's bodies, becoming their source of strength. 2 short days passed in a flash. Above the sea, more than 1,000 masters from the 3 clans, human, monster, and demon races, were rushing towards Water Spirit Temple. The island was filled with Bone Race clansmen, all of them staring at the approaching Yonkai without fear, their green eyes flashing with ferocious light as they stared at the masters from the 3 clans as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Many of the Bone Race clansmen were licking their lips as if they couldn't wait any longer. About 10 kilometers away from the island, Yonkai stopped, and the masters from the 3 clans following behind him also came to a halt. Countless curious eyes stared towards the direction of the island. Of those who had come here, almost no one had ever seen what the Bone Race looked like. Only now were they able to see them with their own eyes. They were no different from humans, having flesh and blood. The only difference was their eyes. The dark green hue in their eyes made anyone who looked at them shudder. The bloodthirsty and crazy aura emanating from these Bone Race clansmen made anyone who looked at them feel uncomfortable. "Is this the Bone Race?" Many people murmured in surprise. "It's not that big of a deal. I thought they all had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out they only have 1 head and 2 arms. Ha ha ha. We'll let these pieces of trash know how fierce we are." Everyone clamored, seemingly not putting the Bone Race in their eyes at all. "Yonkai, what do you want us to do? Just say the word. We're all at your command now." Zhang Yuan stared ahead, his demonic chi surging as a dangerous aura gradually emerged from his body. This was the race that great demon god had once fought with, and after thousands of years, demon commander Zhang Yuan was about to do the same. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and he secretly decided to clean up this mess that great demon god had left behind for thousands of years and not disgrace his name. "I'll take the lead. All of you don't need to be impatient," Yonkai said lightly. "You'll go?" Zhang Yuan turned to look at him in amazement while Thunder Dragon and the other masters from the human race also wore strange looks. Slowly shaking his head, Zhang Yuan said, "Don't say this senior is looking down on you. If you really rush up with your strength, you'll die without a doubt." "That's right, little Yonkai. You're the one who gives orders to our 3 clans, so you don't need to take the lead," Meng Wuya said worriedly. "How about this old master go in your place?" He was afraid that Yang Kai would have some kind of accident. No need, since I want to go. I naturally have my reasons. Just watch. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Saying so, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle, and with a flash of blue light appeared above Water Spirit Temple. Down below, countless eyes belonging to the bone race stared towards him. Kaluo coldly snorted and shouted, "It's you." He naturally remembered Yang Kai's appearance. Last time, he had been played by Yang Kai, causing Kaluo to be furious and secretly decide that if he could find Yang Kai in the future, he would grind his bones to dust. But now, this boy had actually delivered himself to his doorstep alone. Immediately overjoyed, Kaluo waved his hand and shouted, "Capture him for me. I want his star shuttle." Immediately, a second-order Saint Realm Bone Race clansman flew up, and before he even arrived, the malevolent aura radiating from his body condensed into the shape of a giant wild beast that opened its mouth and bit towards Yang Kai. This giant wild beast was extremely large, one that no one had ever seen before, and the monstrous aura it exuded seemed capable of swallowing the world itself. In a flash of blue light, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to easily avoid this attack, his figure shuttling back and forth above Water Spirit Temple, his huge divine sense spreading out like a tide, penetrating every corner of the island and covering every bone race clansman. Kaluo's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "Divine sense attack?" As he spoke, he also released his divine sense, which was not inferior to Yang Kai's. Following the source of Yang Kai's divine sense, his divine sense pierced into Yang Kai's knowledge, see like an invisible sword. Yang Kai's figure froze midair. Courting death, daring to use a divine sense attack in front of me, you should take a look at your own strength, Kaluo sneered. Chapter 969. Above Water Spirit Temple, Yang Kai, who was standing atop his star shuttle, suddenly stiffened, as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, a look of pain flashing across his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Earth-splitting Divine Ox slapped his thigh and shouted, "It's over! That little brat has been caught! Quickly save him!" It's too late. Demon General Meng Ji's face turned ugly as he stared at the Bone Race Master who was quickly approaching Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used the power of his artifact, so this Bone Race Master, who had been ordered to capture him, was unable to catch up to him. But now that Yang Kai was standing in place, this Bone Race Master quickly arrived beside him, a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's neck. No one doubted that this Bone Race Master could easily break Yang Kai's neck. Many people couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene and quickly turned their heads away, their hearts filled with sorrow for Yang Kai, who had died before he had even achieved victory. At that moment, a faint heat filled the air, and immediately after, a muffled explosion rang out as the entire sky above Water Spirit Temple was dyed red. Countless strange flames suddenly appeared, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. These flames contained a terrifying power that shot out like meteors, instantly burning the entire island and scorching the earth. The green eyes of many Bone Race clansmen couldn't help flashing a look of dread as they hurriedly flew up into the sky to avoid this scorching power. What they feared the most was fire. This kind of scorching power was enough to completely obliterate them. At the same time, Yang Kai, who should have been instantly subdued, suddenly regained his freedom, as if he had never been restrained in the first place. Grinning towards the Bone Race Master who was approaching him, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he returned to his camp. "Smelly brat, you scared this old master to death." Meng Wuya felt a lingering fear. Although he had full confidence in Yang Kai, the scene just now had been too thrilling. "You ran over there just to play a thrilling game and scare them?" Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai, his expression slightly dissatisfied. "Of course not." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Just wait." "What are you waiting for?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help frowning, not knowing what kind of game he was playing. No one understood, including the leader of the Bone Race, Kaluo. Although they had been sleeping for thousands of years, they had fought with the creatures of this continent before. He had never seen such a strange young man. His opponent's divine sense strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. What confused Koro the most was what he wanted to do. Could it be that he flew here just to show off his unusual spiritual sense cultivation? 10 breaths later, a mournful scream suddenly rang out from the Bone Race's camp. As this scream rang out, the Bone Race's side seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing countless screams to ring out one after another in an unending stream. They seemed to be experiencing unbearable pain. Their green eyes were trembling nonstop, and their bodies were convulsing. They fell from the sky uncontrollably, and like raindrops, they fell onto the island and into the sea, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, 500 to 600 of the 3,000 Bone Race masters disappeared. What's going on? Kaluo paled and asked sharply. Master, we don't know. A Bone Race master replied in a panic. The experts from the human, demon, and demon clans stared blankly at this scene. They were also confused and did not quite understand the situation. However, they keenly discovered that the Bone Race masters who were screaming in pain and falling into the sea and on the island were all Transcendent Realm cultivator, and all of them were relatively weak transcendents. It's a divine sense attack. One of the First Order Saint Realm Bone Race masters went pale as he endured the immense pain in his knowledge sea, grit his teeth and reported. His divine sense attack was mixed with some unknown insects that are currently eating away at our soul energy. These insects are very small and subtle and are difficult to detect. I was also affected. Soul-devouring insects? Kaluo's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly thought of a strange insect that caused all living beings to retreat. How could there be such a thing on this continent? What made him feel even more puzzled was how this young man was able to control these soul-devouring insects and mix them into his divine sense attack. Hearing this, the masters from the 3 clans stared towards Yang Kai in amazement, each of their eyes flashing a look of pleasant surprise. Soul-devouring insects, all of them had naturally heard of them before. These were strange, ancient insects that specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once one was infected by these strange insects, if one's strength wasn't high enough, the only outcome was death. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more powerful than rumored, because according to rumor, as long as one's strength reached the Saint Realm, they could use their powerful spiritual energy to kill these insects. But on the Bone Race's side, there was clearly a Saint Realm master who had been affected, and although he hadn't fallen, he still seemed to be in great difficulty. Obviously, he had been affected by the soul-devouring insects and was temporarily unable to fight. The soul-devouring insects they speak of were really created by you? Meng Wuya asked with some uncertainty. Yang Kai nodded. I used my own spiritual energy to raise them. You. Meng Wuya's expression couldn't help changing, secretly admiring Yang Kai's boldness and also feeling it was quite incredible. No wonder you said you'd leave the Transcendent Realm Bone Race Masters to you. So that's how it was. Thunder Dragon suddenly realized. Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly realized that the strange power of the soul-devouring insects was too terrifying. It was a power that could easily destroy an entire race. Considering all this, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others felt a layer of cold sweat drip down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. All of them secretly rejoiced that they had maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai and had not become enemies with him. If they had really become enemies, with the power of these soul-devouring insects alone, he could have single-handedly wiped out the monster race and demon race. There was indeed no need to fear a Saint Realm Master, but how many saints did the 2 races have? Most of their clansmen were below the Saint Realm, so if they were infected by these strange ancient insects, they would undoubtedly die. Many of the human race's masters also noticed this, and the way they looked at Yang Kai finally changed, as if they were re-examining him, secretly wondering if they should improve their relationship with 9 Heavens Holy Land after this incident. Good job. Chu Xiaoling laughed heartily. Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, dealing with hundreds of Bone Race masters at once. I think they're doomed to extinction. If they're smart enough, they won't just sit back and wait for death. Yang Kai frowned as he stared towards the Bone Race, his thoughts racing. Although he had caught the Bone Race by surprise, if they were to really engage in a melee, the soul-devouring insects would not be able to play such a huge role. These tiny insects only followed their instincts and devoured spiritual energy, so if they were to spread out in the middle of a melee, it was very likely they would accidentally injure their allies. Yongkai now hoped that the bone race wouldn't make a move. Once the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would be able to kill all the bone race clansmen below the Saint Realm. At that time, with less than 100 bone race saints remaining, the combined forces of the human, demon, and monster races would easily be able to swallow them all. In less than 30 breaths of time, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had fallen into the sea and on the ground had all died, their green eyes losing their usual luster and becoming dim and motionless. Even a strange race like the bone race would die if their souls were devoured. Seeing so many of his clansmen suddenly die, Kaluo's green eyes seemed to turn crimson red. In a fit of anger, he threw his head back and roared as a thick blood mist suddenly erupted from his body and swept across the surrounding islands. This blood mist not only contained his own strength, but also his tyrannical divine sense attack. In an instant, Yongkai felt that the soul-devouring insects he had been raising for many years had all been killed, causing his face to change greatly as he quickly recalled the remaining soul-devouring insects. The remaining 2,000 or so bone race clansmen all glared towards Yongkai, their eyes filled with deep hatred. A huge suction force emerged from their bodies and spread out in all directions. The bodies of the bone race clansmen who had just died began shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, their flesh and blood transforming into energy that was injected into the clansmen who were still alive, enhancing their strength. A short time later, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had died had all turned into a puddle of dust and disappeared. Yongkai was shocked. They can still do this? The masters from the human, monster, and demon clans all paled. If this was the case, the more people who died, the greater the benefits they could obtain. Whether it was their clansmen or their enemies, they could absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. Yongkai suddenly realized this and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He immediately understood that this was going to be a tough battle. "They're coming," Meng Wuya shouted. "Meet them." Yongkai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Remember, they won't care about ordinary injuries at all. Even if you stab them in a fatal position, they won't be affected in the slightest. The best way to kill them is to tear them apart, crush them into pieces, or burn them to ashes." Yongkai had already told everyone these things to pay attention to when they first arrived, but before the battle began, he couldn't help reminding them again. "Understood. I'll let them experience this senior's methods," Zhang Yuan grinned. On the other side of the island, the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen flew over silently, each of them wearing a ferocious expression, seemingly unafraid of death. The human, monster, and demon clans didn't move, but the thousands of bone race clansmen were secretly condensing their strength, ready to erupt at any moment. The 10-kilometer gap between the two sides was quickly closed. When the bone race army reached half a kilometer in, many masters finally moved, bursts of pure saint chi, demonic chi, and monster chi bursting forth as multicolored artifacts were summoned, filling the sky with dazzling brilliance. The sudden burst of light swept across the entire world, causing it to tremble as if it was about to be torn apart. These artifacts came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, a dazzling array of dazzling treasures. The more than 2,000 bone race clansmen opened their mouths and roared as an invisible force pulled the seawater down below, causing waves to rise into the sky like a magnificent sea dragon. Fusing with their crimson blood chi, these waves met the first wave of attacks from the human, monster, and demon clans. Chapter 970. The heavens and earth changed color as a tsunami rolled out. The hundreds of bone race clansmen who had rushed to the front were instantly blown to pieces under the power of the countless artifacts. More and more bone race clansmen emerged from behind the waves and rushed towards the human, monster, and demon clansmen without fear of death. With the help of the sea and the deaths of hundreds of their clansmen, they were able to block the attacks of the artifacts. A melee broke out, and when the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen rushed over, the allied forces of the human, monster, and demon clans were instantly split up and forced to fight on their own. The Bone Race also knew that today's battle would determine the fate of the entire continent. If they were defeated, they would definitely be exterminated and would no longer be able to preserve their bloodline like they had thousands of years ago. But if they won, they would be able to enslave the entire continent. As such, Qiluo decided to go all out and muster the strength of his entire clan, regardless of their own losses. Shrill howls and miserable shrieks resounded through the clouds in an instant. People constantly fell from the sky, and their blood blossomed like the most beautiful flowers. The Bone Race had an absolute advantage in numbers. Even though Yangkai had caught them off guard with his soul-devouring insects, they still had 2 to 3 times the number of masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. They were not afraid of ordinary injuries. Even if their hearts or heads were pierced, their flesh and blood would wriggle and recover quickly. As long as their bones, which were the foundation of their survival, were not damaged, they were immortal. However, they did not have any artifacts. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when they first set foot on Tongxian realm, they possessed artifacts, but after thousands of years, without the nourishment of their physique and strength, their artifacts had long since been reduced to dust and could no longer be used. They could only fight with their own strength. The human, monster, and demon clans were different. Each of them had several high-grade artifacts in their hands, both offensive and defensive. In terms of number of Saint Realm Masters, they were also inferior to the human, monster, and demon clans. Each side had their own advantages and disadvantages, so when this battle that would determine the future of the entire continent broke out, it fell into a stalemate for a short time. The Bone Race clansmen were quickly killed, one after another having their bones broken and their bodies incinerated, their screams echoing as they died. The human, monster, and demon clans also suffered losses, but compared to the Bone Race, their losses were undoubtedly much smaller. The experts from all over the world displayed their divine technique, and their methods were endless. A thick, inky cloud, as if it had been dyed black by ink, enveloped the sky like a thick curtain. Not a single bit of the scorching sun's radiance could penetrate the inky clouds, and the entire surface of the sea was covered. The heavens and earth dimmed as dark clouds pressed down from above like a mountain collapsing. A heavy pressure pressed down on the hearts and bodies of the Bone Race clansmen, making it difficult for them to move. Under the black cloud, Zhang Yuan led the many masters of the demon race, forming a powerful army. When the black cloud took shape, Zhang Yuan took the lead to attack. Huge black energy balls rolled down from the black cloud and smashed into the Bone Race's camp like falling stones. Each of these energy balls was as black as ink, and there were ripples surging within them. They contained a power that could destroy the world. When this pitch-black energy ball smashed into the Bone Race's camp, a burst of pitch-black light erupted, eerie and silent. Ripples spread out and engulfed the Bone Race's skeletal body. The seawater seemed to be split apart, and huge gullies began to form on the surface of the sea. Even Water Spirit Temple's island, which was 10 kilometers away, was unable to withstand such a strange attack and was torn apart in an instant. The buildings on the island were unable to bear the weight and collapsed one after another. Kacha. Countless Bone Race clansmen who were affected by these ripples were turned into minced meat in the next moment, as if they had been cut by a sharp knife. The Transcendent Realm Bone Race clansmen were unable to withstand such an attack. Even the Saint Realm Bone Race masters suffered heavy injuries in an instant and were almost torn apart. If they had not fled quickly enough, they would have suffered the same fate. After perceiving Zhang Yuan's tyrannical strength, the pairs of green eyes filled with dread. The 4 demon general followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, each of them wearing a ferocious expression as their demonic chi soared into the sky and rushed into the Bone Race camp, slaughtering them wantonly. Meng Wuya fought alone. His hands were pulling at the air in a wild manner. An astonishing aura spread out from him in all directions. No Bone Race clansman dared to approach him, all of them aware of his tyrannical aura and quickly retreating. In the midst of the tugging, streams of inexplicable energy gathered around him, gradually transforming into the figures of giant beasts. These giant beasts were extremely large in size, towering over the heavens and earth. Each of them looked incomparably ancient and desolate. They seemed to have been awakened from their heavy sleep, and the moment they opened their eyes, a catastrophic aura descended upon them. The world trembled. There were a total of 8 giant wild beasts, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky, and even some swimming in the sea. Each of them had condensed into a tangible form, like a living monster beast, and rushed into the Bone Race camp, opening their mouths wide and swallowing the Bone Race clansmen, not even spitting out their bones. Chu Ling Xiao led Songyin's group of 4 and accurately located a third-order Saint Realm Bone Race Master in the middle of the battlefield. The 5 of them joined forces to quickly kill this Bone Race Master. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The 3 monster race great seniors no longer held back and transformed into their true forms, leading the monster race masters in a rampage. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon spat out a wave of hot flames from his mouth, and wherever it passed, the Bone Race Masters would melt, turning them into a pool of bone fluid. Arcs of lightning that were thicker than a person's body were summoned by him from the 9th heaven and struck down on the Bone Race Masters, causing them to tremble and die without being able to put up any resistance. Wherever Earth-Splitting Divine Ox passed, the earth cracked and fissures several thousand meters deep appeared. From these fissures, an incomparably rich earth aura spread out, like a huge vortex, sucking in the Bone Race Masters and crushing them into dust. The Ice Jade Python's body was like crystal white jade, extremely beautiful, and her physical defense was extremely strong. The attacks of the Bone Race Masters that struck her only managed to create a few sparks, unable to harm her at all. With a flick of her tail, no Bone Race Master was able to withstand a single blow from her, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere as their bones shattered. Among the ancient demon clan, Li Rong's figure flickered, her jade hand reaching out and reaping the lives of the Bone Race Masters in an elegant manner. Han Fei's entire body was wrapped in a cold aura as she flew through the battlefield. Wherever she passed, the earth would freeze and snow would fall from the sky. Beautiful ice flowers would form on the chests of the Bone Race soldiers, freezing them into ice sculptures that would then explode. None of the masters from the 3 clans held back, all of them displaying their divine technique at this moment, going all out. They didn't care about the losses they suffered. All they cared about was killing these Starry Sky Masters as quickly as possible. They had all been infected by Yang Kai's bravery when he had single-handedly charged into the enemy's ranks. Yang Kai was only a third-order transcendent, but he could charge into the 3,000 Bone Race Masters all by himself and instantly kill hundreds of them. None of them were willing to show weakness. Before setting out, Yang Kai had been appointed by the 3 clans to give orders, but he didn't order others around, nor did he want to do so. He didn't use words, instead using practical actions to inspire the fighting spirit of the 3 clans. He allowed them to temporarily abandon their racial boundaries and work together to seek a way out for this world. Everyone was fighting hard, and Yang Kai was no exception. In such a chaotic battle, the role he could play as a third-order transcendent was too small. Each of the Bone Race Masters was a transcendent, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to use his 9 heavens divine skills to kill less than 10 enemies. A trace of impatience appeared in his heart as Yang Kai quickly condensed the blazing Yuan Qi in his body. The golden dragon tattoo on his back began to move in a position invisible to the naked eye, as if it had been given life, swimming around his body. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden dragon tattoo, illuminating everyone's eyes. A thick and majestic aura burst forth. A resounding dragon roar rang out, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, resounding throughout the world. A huge golden dragon suddenly soared up from a certain part of the battlefield. This golden dragon was like a radiant sun, its blazing hot energy burning all the Bone Race Masters who approached it. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 transcendent realm Bone Race Masters were burned to ashes. The might of the Dragon Emperor. Palace Master Chen Zhou of Dragon Phoenix Palace held his breath as he stared blankly at the golden dragon soaring through the air and wantonly slaughtering the Bone Race soldiers, a slight flush of excitement appearing on his face as he shouted, "The might of my Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor has reappeared." Even after several years, Chen Zhou still remembered this familiar scene. On that day, the frozen nether cave heaven near Dragon Phoenix Palace had invaded, and just as the sect was about to collapse, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared, easily killing the enemy and saving Dragon Phoenix Palace's fate. Today, on this battlefield where they were fighting against the invaders from the starry sky, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared once again. Shaoling! Qin Zhou calmed down from his excitement and shouted angrily. Palace Master! Elder Shaoling, who had been fighting side by side with Chen Zhou, hurried over. Is Sun Yu here? Qin Zhou asked anxiously. No, the Dragon Emperor's master is not strong enough and did not come this time. Then what's going on? Chen Zhou stared at the huge golden dragon in amazement. Sun Yu was the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he had not come, how could the image of the Dragon Emperor appear here? Qin Zhou was confused and could not understand. The aura of a true dragon. At the same time, Thunder Dragon Great Senior could not help stopping what he was doing and staring at the golden dragon in a daze, exclaiming in shock. He was also in his dragon form at this moment, but it was a scarlet flame thunder dragon. Compared with this golden dragon, whether it was in terms of size or the purity of his demonic chi, the difference was not small. This golden dragon exuded the purest aura of a monster emperor. For a moment, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's heart was in turmoil, never having expected that he would still be able to sense such an aura in this world. Even earth-splitting Divine Ox and Ice Jade Python wore solemn expressions as they stared at the golden dragon with reverence and yearning. Many of the monster race masters also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment, transforming into their true forms and roaring madly as they rampaged through the bone race. The aura of a true dragon caused the mood of the entire monster race to soar. Chapter 971. A chaotic battle raged from day to night. The entire sky above the sea had become a battlefield, and the number of bone race soldiers was rapidly decreasing. The original 2,500 people had been reduced to a few hundred in just one day, and this number was still rapidly decreasing. The human, monster, and demon clans, who had numbered over 1,000, had now lost nearly half of their original numbers. All of them had fallen on this battlefield, without any hope of survival. Both the Transcendent Realm and Saint Realm cultivators had fallen. In such a chaotic battle, the strength of a single person was simply too small. Only those who had reached the Third Order Saint Realm could freely move about the battlefield unscrupulously. Yang Kai transformed into his golden dragon form, the bloodthirsty nature of his bones seemingly aroused as he madly slaughtered the bone race soldiers. His burning hot power was the bone race's greatest nemesis, so whenever he spat out a mouthful of hot air, any bone race soldier below the Saint Realm would be reduced to a puddle of blood, even their bones melting. The situation gradually changed from a stalemate to a one-sided one. After the human, monster, and demon clans gained the upper hand, they expanded their advantage until the bone race could no longer resist and could only be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, Yang Kai still had a bad feeling about this. He had been looking for the bone race leader, Kaluo, but since the start of the chaotic battle, this guy had not shown up again, so no one knew where he had gone. Many masters were too busy fighting the enemy in front of them to care about anything else. Yang Kai flew up into the sky, no longer paying attention to these stray cats and dogs. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai began to search for Kaluo's whereabouts. This person was the leader of the bone race and should be the most powerful existence there. If he did not die in this battle, even if the bone race was completely annihilated, it would be meaningless. After a long time, though, Yang Kai frowned. Kaluo seemed to be no longer here and had long since fled. Even after releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to detect his aura. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he continued to explore. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai finally found some clues. The flesh and blood essence of the bone race, human race, demon race, and human race experts who had died on the battlefield were seeping into the ground and converging towards a certain source. At that source, an extremely powerful aura was hibernating. Koro. Yang Kai swooped down without any hesitation. His golden dragon body transformed into a dazzling golden light, and like a sun falling from the sky, he smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the violent energy passed through the soil and into the ground. With a cold snort, Kaluo's figure emerged from the ground, an abnormal red light flashing across his face as he proudly looked down at the crowd, his green eyes filled with disdain and satisfaction. An astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he screamed in his heart. He saw that something was wrong. Kaluo had just steadied himself when a pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the void and grabbed towards Kaluo. The demonic hand grew larger and larger as it reached out, as if it could hold the entire world in its palm. This was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's hand. Kaluo didn't seem to notice, standing motionless in midair. "Zhang Yuan, retreat!" Yang Kai quickly shouted. His shout was a bit too late. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander, the strongest master in the demon land, so he naturally had absolute confidence in his own strength. But just as his demonic hand was about to reach Kaluo, it seemed to have been pricked by a needle and was forced to withdraw. The next moment, Zhang Yuan appeared beside Yang Kai with a dignified expression, a drop of red blood oozing from his right palm, his entire right hand shrouded in a thick corpse aura. Obviously, he had been injured by Kaluo. Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with dread as he hurriedly circulated his demonic qi to expel the strange, evil energy that had invaded his body from Kaluo's body. A few more figures flashed as Li Rong, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Great Senior, and the others appeared one after another. At this moment, almost all of the Bone Race's Saint Realm Masters had been killed, and the remaining Transcendent Realm clansmen were fleeing in all directions. The Masters from the Human, Monster, and Demon clans were chasing after them, not leaving a single one alive. Only a few of the strongest Masters had remained to deal with Kaluo. Saint King Realm? Meng Wuya muttered in amazement. He knew Zhang Yuan's strength better than anyone else. After all, he had fought with Zhang Yuan several hundred years ago and knew that Zhang Yuan's strength had surpassed the Third Order Saint Realm. However, he had still been injured by Kaluo with ease. Kaluo's strength at this moment seemed to be above everyone else's. Even when facing the three clans masters, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic and instead maintained a calm demeanor. He hasn't reached the Saint King realm yet, but he's about to break through. Yang Kai maintained his golden dragon body and said, Kaluo's aura was indeed earth-shattering, more powerful than anyone else present, but he definitely hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet because his aura was fluctuating, a sign that he was about to break through. I must thank all of you. Kaluo looked down at the masters gathered here and said in an insufferably arrogant tone, Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If not for so many masters dying here, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the Saint King realm so quickly. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful Saint King realm master here who killed many of my clan's masters, but now, I want to see just how you plan to fight me. As he shouted, a powerful suction force emerged from his body, as if an invisible vortex was rapidly spinning around him. The flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses down below began gathering towards his body at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drops of crimson blood rose into the air and flowed into Koro's body, becoming his capital, madly boosting his aura. Most of this blood belonged to the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as Kaluo's breakthrough was imminent. So you've been planning this all along. Chu Ling Xiao paled. Everyone's faces also became gloomy as they suddenly realized that they had all been tricked. This time, the three clans had joined forces to attack the Bone Race, but the Bone Race had not shown any fear. Originally, everyone thought that these Bone Race masters were stupid, but now they understood that Kaluo didn't care about the life or death of his clansmen. He had created so many of his clansmen over the past 6 months in order to force them to fight him to the death. In this war, if his clansmen died, the creatures here would also die. Kaluo could take this opportunity to absorb a large amount of their flesh and blood essence. The dead masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were all transcendent realm masters with no lack of saint realm masters among them. With such a huge amount of energy pouring into his body, it would be difficult for him not to break through. This was a very big game of chess, and while everyone thought victory was in their grasp, Kaluo had already arranged everything. You can kill all my clansmen, but as long as I live, I can have as many of them as I want. Kaluo seemed to feel that he had no more worries and couldn't help laughing wildly. Everyone's faces became pale as they stared up at the terrifying power gathering in the sky. This was the world energy baptism for a Saint Realm master to break through to the Saint King Realm. None of the masters present dared to test its power. If they made a mistake, they would die without even their bones remaining. You want to live? Yang Kai dispersed his golden dragon body and stared at him coldly, sneering, "In your dreams." Saying so, Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out an object from the black book space. It was a stone that was entirely red. Yang Kai poured his Saint Yuan Qi madly into this stone, and the crimson stone suddenly burst with a bright red light. At the same time, an even stronger attractive force than Kaluo's suddenly erupted from this stone. The blood that was rapidly gathering towards Kaluo seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand at this moment and froze in midair before gradually flying towards the crimson stone, pouring into it at an increasingly faster speed. The Saint King's physique essence also followed the blood and no longer converged towards Kaluo. The source of energy he was using to break through was instantly cut off. Blood essence stone. Kaluo's green eyes trembled violently as he couldn't help calling out in alarm, a trace of panic appearing on his face as he angrily shouted, "How do you have a blood essence stone?" He seemed to be very afraid of this strange stone. Yang Kai grinned. "Without a source of energy, I want to see how you'll break through to the Saint King realm." As if in agreement with Yang Kai's words, the world energy gathering in the sky suddenly dissipated at this moment. Kaluo looked up at the sky and realized that he had no hope of breaking through, finally panicking. Yang Kai held the blood essence stone high and poured his Yuan Qi into it, drawing in all the Saint King's physique essence and blood within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not giving Kaluo any chance to break through. Sneering, Yang Kai said, "It looks like you're afraid of this?" The masters gathered around him all had bright eyes as they once again saw hope for the destruction of the bone race. Secretly rejoicing, if Yang Kai had discovered Kaluo's trace a moment later, after he had gathered enough energy, no one in this world would have been able to stop him. Kaluo's eyes trembled as a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he glared towards Yang Kai, grit his teeth and roared, "Even if I haven't reached the Saint King realm, you're still not my opponent. I'll kill you first and take your blood essence stone." Saying so, a cold and bloody aura suddenly shot out from Kaluo's side. This aura contained a faint, spiritual energy fluctuation and aimed directly at Yang Kai's knowledge sea, attempting to destroy Yang Kai's soul. Perceiving that this attack was a spiritual energy attack, Yang Kai didn't show any fear and simply stood in place without dodging. "Burn!" A low shout came from his mouth as his conflagrated spiritual energy burst out, incinerating the cold and bloody aura before it could even approach. Kaluo Pin raised his big hand and pressed it towards Yang Kai's position. A ghastly pale skeletal hand suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it gave everyone the illusion that death was imminent, and they couldn't help but shudder. This skeletal hand was extremely large and translucent like jade, exuding a strange power, like a mountain peak, its 5 hook-like fingers pressing down towards Yang Kai. The earth couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. "Wishful thinking," Li Rong shouted, her pretty face instantly covered in dense demon crests, giving her a wild appearance. A monstrous demonic chi overflowed from her tender body and shot towards the skeletal hand like an arrow from a bow. "Go!" Yang Kai also shouted at the same time and summoned his saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact, sending out a series of ripples mid-air that blocked the skeletal hand. Chapter 972. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed as a brilliant light burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. The skeletal hand shattered into pieces, and before they could fall to the ground, they disappeared. Li Rong's tender body trembled as her beautiful face flushed slightly. In this collision with Kaluo's power, she had clearly suffered a small loss. However, at some unknown time, the other masters around Yang Kai had disappeared. Zhang Yuan appeared strangely again, this time appearing on Kaluo's right side, his body wrapped in a black cloud as he gripped a long black halberd in his hand. This long halberd was pitch black and exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, as if it could swallow all light. The long halberd pierced through the shackles of space and stabbed towards Kaluo's waist. This attack was silent and mysterious, but it was actually Zhang Yuan's strongest attack. Only now did this demon commander reveal his full strength, causing Yang Kai to secretly tremble. The tip of the long halberd was filled with his demonic qi and domain, condensing it into an attack that seemed capable of tearing apart the world. Paltry tricks. Kaluo seemed to have noticed this long ago and coldly snorted, not even bothering to dodge as he summoned a pale white bone shield to his side. The long halberd struck the bone shield and a shocking burst of energy erupted, causing Zhang Yuan to retreat a dozen steps and shatter the bone shield. Kaluo remained unscathed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyes to fill with disbelief, never having imagined that this bone race leader would be so tyrannical. Although Kaluo's current strength had yet to reach the Saint King realm, he was definitely above all others in this world. Even Zhang Yuan, who had always thought highly of himself, couldn't help but admit his inferiority. A cold wind blew, and a dozen or so skulls suddenly appeared around Kaluo's body. These skulls quickly grew to the size of a house, moving like the wind as they surrounded Zhang Yuan. From the eyes and mouths of these skulls, a mysterious power shot out in all directions. These skulls wanted to kill Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was stunned, and before he had time to dodge, he was hit by one of these skulls, causing a look of pain to appear on his face. Even with his tyrannical demon body, he was unable to withstand such a violent attack. Not daring to neglect any longer, Meng Wuya hurriedly dodged. Meng Wuya appeared and pushed his Saint Qi to block wave after wave of attacks for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood and cooperated without saying a word, waving his halberd and sending out a series of black energy balls towards the black light shooting out from the skulls. These two sworn enemies who had been enemies for hundreds of years, at this moment, their cooperation was better than anyone else's. The Saint King here seriously injured me with just a single blow. I'd like to see just how much of his inheritance you lot. Kaluo roared as a dark green rope suddenly flew out from his sleeve. This rope seemed to have a life of its own and gradually expanded as it flew forward, eventually becoming even larger than Yang Kai's golden dragon form. When this thing Luo Luo Ono, one knew how Kaluo had managed to maintain the power of this artifact for thousands of years. It was just that its appearance was too lifelike, resembling a flying serpent with wings on its cheeks. As soon as this flying serpent artifact appeared, it gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, making him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, his body becoming extremely heavy, making it difficult for him to even move. As the flying serpent flew, a series of ripples spread out from its body, carrying with it a mysterious principal strength that bound everyone like a rope. At this moment, the remaining masters all felt as if their hands and feet were tied, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move or circulate their Saint Qi properly. Chu Ling Xiao took the initiative to meet the flying serpent artifact head-on, summoning his demon sealing chain and releasing a burst of golden light to block the surrounding ripples. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also hurriedly stepped forward, releasing his fire and thunder attribute strength in a frenzy, finally joining forces with Chu Ling Xiao to block the power of the flying serpent artifact. Kaluo himself didn't move, only relying on the dozen skulls and the flying serpent artifact. He was able to pin down 4 of the world's top masters. Even if the 4 of them were to use all of their strength, they could only barely cope with Kaluo's attacks. None of them had the strength to deal with him. Only Li Rong remained by Yang Kai's side. Kaluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled coldly. You should have run away. You should have run far away, but you chose to stay. Dying at my hands is something you should be proud of. Saying so, Kaluo leisurely walked towards Yang Kai step by step. As he approached, Li Rong's face became heavier and heavier. An inexplicable pressure coming from her body made her bones creak, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong and muttered in a nightmarish voice, "Become the demon race." The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body crazily retreated back into his dantian, and his meridians, flesh and blood were flooded with thick demonic essence. Demonic crests that were invisible to the naked eye climbed up his body, imprinted into his flesh and blood, and then disappeared, gathering together in his body to form a heaven-shaking array. Yang Kai's vitality soared madly, and the fluctuations of power coming from his body soared. Even the traces of his vitality had become many times more vigorous than before. Kaluo paused and stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. In that instant, this young man who should have only been a third-order transcendent seemed to have become a third-order saint, causing Kaluo's expression to change slightly. You actually have such an external force to rely on. You're quite good. Kaluo gently nodded, pretended to comment for a moment before curling his lips, but you'll still die. Unless you reach the Saint King realm, no one can defeat me. Kaluo lightly pushed out his palm and sent out an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai, as if trying to crush him to dust. Yang Kai dragged Li Rong behind him and also sent out a palm. A huge palm print flew out, covering the entire sky. Heaven-covering hand. A single hand covering the heavens. On top of that, Yang Kai had displayed this heaven-covering hand while in his become the demon race, so its power was unparalleled. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, causing a tsunami-like disaster to sweep across the sea. Kaluo's expression changed again, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to be able to easily block his blow without the slightest injury. Kaluo was well aware of how powerful his attack was. Even if this young man seemed to have the strength of a third-order saint, that was only an illusion created by borrowing external force. Kaluo himself was still just a weak third-order transcendent. However, this young man had still managed to block his attack. The only explanation for this was that his body was able to display the full extent of the external force he had borrowed. Just how powerful is his physique? Kaluo's eyes flashed brightly as he couldn't help feeling a strong interest in Yang Kai's physique, secretly thinking that if he could absorb the essence of this young man's physique, his strength would definitely improve significantly. Yang Kai didn't give Kaluo any time to catch his breath though, condensing a number of black spears in his hands and hurling them towards Kaluo. Li Rong's tender body followed closely behind the countless spears, waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious damage on Kaluo. The pale white bone shield appeared again and condensed in front of Kaluo. This bone shield seemed to be a condensation of the energy in his body, seemingly inexhaustible. The heaven-punishing spears bombarded the bone shield, shattering it one after another, but not injuring Kaluo in the slightest. Li Rong saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and stretched out her hands, sending out two streams of demonic chi towards Kaluo's eyes while simultaneously retreating and returning to Yang Kai's side. The two's joint attack had failed to achieve any damage. Kaluo smiled faintly. Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, then you're out of luck. You're really long-winded. Yang Kai looked impatient as he snorted sarcastically. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Li Rong. His current goal is the blood essence stone in my hand. He wants to steal the blood chi inside it to help himself break through. Don't worry about me for now. Hurry up and help Treasurer Ming and Zhang Yuan. As long as we can break that snake artifact and those skulls, they'll be able to surround this Kaluo. Li Rong was startled and immediately understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Right now, the four top masters were all occupied, so with only her and Yang Kai fighting side by side, there was no way they could deal with this bone race leader. But if the other four could join forces and deal with him at the same time, even if Kaluo's strength was high, he wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet. Li Rong's pretty face showed some hesitation. But, no buts, hurry up, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of struggle. Yang Kai was the master of the entire ancient demon clan, so she naturally had to protect Yang Kai at all times. But she also knew that Yang Kai's proposal was the correct one, so for a moment she didn't know what to do. If something happened to Yang Kai, she almost didn't dare imagine it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm as she grit her teeth and said, "Then Master must be careful." Saying so, Her tender body flickered, and she took the lead to rush towards Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. The two of them were chased by more than a dozen skulls and had nowhere to run. They fled above the sea, avoiding the terrifying rays of light. However, in the midst of their escape, they managed to break two of the skulls, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. Li Rong decided to help them first. As long as the two of them could spare some time to assist Thunder Dragon and Chu Ling Xiao, the flying snake artifact was nothing to fear. Watching Li Rong escape, Kaluo tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, not intending to stop him. He seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and sneered, "Before they arrive, I can kill you. Then you can try," Yang Kai grinned. "See if you can catch up to me." Kaluo slowly shook his head. "Don't even think about using your star shuttle in front of me. It's useless. I remember I reminded you the last time I saw you." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't even think about tearing the space apart. I've already used my divine sense to seal this area. Your cultivation base is lower than mine, so you can't use this ability. If I knew you had this ability last time, I wouldn't have let you escape." "I wasn't planning on tearing space," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then how do you plan to stall for time?" Kaluo seemed to want to know what other methods Yang Kai was hiding, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. "Take a guess." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he condensed the power of wind around his body, and a small arc of lightning appeared on his body. Combining the power of wind and thunder, a pair of almost transparent wings suddenly appeared on his back. Wind and thunder wings. Chapter 973. Ever since he had obtained his star shuttle, Yang Kai had been using this extremely fast artifact to travel. His wind and thunder wings had been shelved by Yang Kai. However, these wings, which had almost become a part of his body, still played an irreplaceable role. As the wind blew and the thunder surged, Yang Kai transformed into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. He was well aware of the gap in strength between himself and Kaluo, so he didn't try to act rashly. As long as he could delay Kaluo long enough for Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon Zhang Yuan, and the others to arrive, he would be able to determine the overall situation. Yang Kai was also certain that Kaluo wouldn't let him escape because he had the Blood Essence Stone in his hand, which was the massive amount of Blood Chi Essence Kaluo needed to break through to the Saint King realm. If Kaluo's mind was normal, he would never let him go. Yang Kai saw through Kaluo's heart. Sure enough, after he quickly flew away, Kaluo's eyes narrowed and his expression became ferocious. His pair of green eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a thick, murderous intent and anger filling his face. His figure flickered as he quickly chased after Yang Kai. His speed was incredibly fast, not inferior to Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings, perhaps even faster. The space shackles had no effect on him at all. With a single step, Kaluo appeared a few thousand meters away, and with another step, he appeared in another place, quickly closing the distance between himself and Yang Kai. The murderous intent behind Yang Kai's back made his blood run cold. As he ran, Yang Kai tried to tear space, but was shocked to find that the space around him had become extremely viscous, as if there was some kind of strange force sealing his surroundings, making it impossible for him to tear open a crack in space. This Kaluo should have some understanding of space principles, otherwise, even if his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. One chasing, one fleeing, there seemed to be no end to this chase. Yang Kai began running in circles with a clear goal in mind. He needed to wait for the others to come to his rescue. If he really ran too far, those people wouldn't be able to catch up. The aura of death was constantly pressing down on his heart, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. He had never encountered such a difficult battle before. Kaluo's strength was far greater than Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya's. He was the true #1 master of Tongxian realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a sonic boom came from behind him. Before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be cut open and his soul was trembling. Startled, Yang Kai summoned his silver leaf artifact, turning it into a wave of water that surrounded his body. At the same time, he changed direction and agilely moved forward like a snake. Boom, boom, boom. Those attacks still bombarded his back with incomparable accuracy, causing him to feel intense pain. Kai Yang felt his back become blurry, and a warm feeling seeped out from it. The Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact was instantly shattered. You can't run away. Just surrender, and I'll give you a comfortable death. Kaluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear, as if he already had victory in his grasp. The next moment, he appeared beside Yang Kai and stood side by side with him, squinting towards him with a playful look in his eyes as he stretched out his finger and pointed it towards Yang Kai, sending out a terrifying burst of energy at his fingertip. Not waiting for Kaluo to attack, Yang Kai pressed his palms together and pushed out his beast spirit seal. The white tiger and divine ox roared as they charged towards Kaluo. At the same time, Yang Kai paused his pace and nimbly turned around, flying off in another direction. This brief moment of time allowed Yang Kai to once again open up the distance between him and Kaluo. Secretly anxious, Yang Kai prayed for Meng Wuya and the others to end this quickly. I want you to die without a burial. Kaluo roared, his expression ferocious. It seemed that because he had chased after Yang Kai for so long, but was unable to do anything to him, he was completely enraged. A monstrous evil chi swept across the world as Kaluo used all of his strength, no longer willing to play this game of cat and mouse. The sky suddenly darkened and a red light, as if condensed from thick blood, shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became alert, summoning his silver leaf artifact once again while condensing several grand, heavenly shields behind him to defend himself. However, he still felt a great sense of crisis, as if even this kind of defensive measure would not have much effect. Ice seal. A tender voice suddenly called out, and Yang Kai saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was indifferent, like an iceberg that would never melt, the demon crests on her pretty face making her look even colder than usual. In her white hand was an ice crystal sword, and as she waved it, a cold aura overflowed from it, and a power that seemed capable of freezing the world erupted behind Yang Kai. Kacha. The earth around them turned into frozen earth, and the pursuing blood chi seemed to be frozen in an instant. Han Fei passed by Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to help Yang Kai resist Kaluo for a while. Yang Kai, however, caught her in his arms and fled like a whirlwind, shouting, "You can't fight him head-on." Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. The best outcome for her was to be severely injured or even killed. The cracking sounds continued to spread, and the extremely cold energy did stop Kaluo for a moment, causing his pace to become slightly sluggish and his body to be covered in a thin layer of frost. But it only lasted a moment before this layer of frost melted away. Kaluo chased after him even more violently. "Master!" Han Fei turned around in amazement and muttered, "Who is this person? How is he so strong?" "Bone Race Leader." Yang Kai released her and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation on your side?" "The fleeing Bone Race clansmen have basically been killed, and the ones chasing after them will soon return," Han Fei quickly replied. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help grinning. At that moment, not far away, for figures flew over from the side and saw Yang Kai fleeing with Han Fei while Kaluo chased after them, causing all of them to gawk. These were the 4 demon generals. 2 more figures arrived and stood beside the 4 demon generals. They were the other 2 great seniors of the monster race. The 6 of them had just finished chasing down the fleeing Bone Race clansmen and thought the battle was over, but when they returned, they discovered this scene. The 6 of them stood side by side, staring towards Kaluo with unkind eyes, a pressure that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth converging towards Kaluo. Kaluo finally realized that the situation wasn't good and stopped his pursuit of Yang Kai, turning his head and coldly glaring at these 6 people. A cold snort rang out from Kaluo's side as he closed his eyes and remained motionless, a dangerous aura pulsing from his body, as if he was summoning something. A moment later, in the distant sky, 6 or 7 house-sized skulls flew over. These were the skulls that had previously entangled Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. There had originally been a dozen of them, but now only half remained. The flying snake-like artifact also flew back at the same time and poured into Kaluo's body, causing his already violent and cruel aura to soar to another level. "Kaluo, you're finished." Yang Kai also stopped running and stood side by side with Han Fei, staring at him coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a number of figures appeared beside him. It was none other than Meng Wuya and the others who had chased after the skulls and flying snake-like artifacts. 11 third-order saints, 1 second-order saint, and including Yang Kai, a total of 13 people, an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. These 13 people surrounded Kaluo in an iron-like manner, all of their auras converging towards him, exerting pressure on him to prevent him from escaping. Finished? Kaluo looked calm as he chuckled. That's not necessarily the case. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai and said, Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You're just waiting for them to come together so you can bully us with numbers. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. Kaluo was too calm, so calm that Yang Kai didn't know who had succeeded in their scheme. I already said, even if you haven't reached the Saint King realm, no one in this world is my opponent. No matter how many of you come, it won't matter. Kaluo shouted. Don't be so arrogant in front of this senior. It's not your turn to act presumptuously. Zhang Yuan's expression was gloomy, his mood extremely uncomfortable. If you really have some kind of heaven-defying method, you might as well show it to us. Meng Wuya stared at him coldly. Although his words were calm and indifferent, his Saint Chi was actually surging, making him extremely vigilant. Very well, as you wish. Kaluo laughed and suddenly sat down cross-legged, his pair of green eyes flashing violently as a 7-colored light bloomed from them. Kaluo's hands were constantly forming some kind of unknown seal as he muttered to himself. Kaluo's vitality rose like a rising tide as the surface of his skin began to exude a bright red light, as if he would bleed at any moment. Crisp sounds came from all over his body. His bones seemed to have broken at this moment, and countless small wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red blood flowed out from those wounds, turning him into a terrifying bloody man in an instant. Be careful, Chu Lingxiao shouted. This was definitely Kaluo's last resort, and from the confidence in his tone and demeanor, it was clear that this method was extremely powerful. Before they knew its depths, no one would dare attack him rashly. Everyone's expression became dignified, each one more nervous than the last. The blood from Kaluo's body continued to flow out, seemingly endless, dyeing the ground red. The smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Kaluo threw his head back and laughed, standing up and shouting, I'll let you experience my Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. You'll die without regrets. Along with his shout, his body suddenly exploded. Chunks of flesh flew in all directions. His bones also shattered at this moment, sputtering out one bone after another. He blew himself up? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that with Kaluo's monstrous momentum, he would actually blow up his body. Something's wrong, retreat? Yang Kai suddenly shouted, feeling a sense of crisis and quickly retreating. Too late. Kaluo laughed strangely, his laughter resounding in everyone's ears as the shattered pieces of flesh and bones suddenly seemed to come to life, converging into a monstrous sea of blood that drowned out the surrounding area and swallowed the group of 13 people. Chapter 974. This boundless sea of blood enveloped the world. In an instant, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of their chests. Everywhere they looked, all they could see was a sea of red. All around them, there was a thick pool of blood that made it difficult for them to move. This pool of blood contained a strange power that made it difficult for them to circulate their Saint Chi. The 13 of them felt as if they had fallen into a huge pool of blood, unable to find a way out, unable to see the light. All of them summoned their defensive artifacts at this moment to protect themselves, vigilantly searching for a way out. Kaluo was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was everywhere in this blood sea. He seemed to be everywhere. Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. In this thick sea of blood, a series of blood dragons took shape and swam about freely, exuding a dangerous aura. They were obviously under Kaluo's control, but Kaluo didn't rush to attack, as if he wanted to enjoy the sight of everyone struggling. Yang Kai stood side by side with Han Fei. Han Fei's ice attribute power burst out uncontrollably, but she was unable to freeze this pool of blood. Her ice attribute power was suppressed inside her body, unable to break out at all. Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone and poured his yuan qi into it, attempting to use this starry sky stone to absorb all the blood here. But he was disappointed. The blood essence stone didn't work here, soaking in this pool of blood, but unable to absorb any of it. This discovery shocked Yang Kai greatly. After using the blood essence stone so many times, Yang Kai knew that it could only absorb the blood of the dead. It couldn't absorb the blood of the living. Even if a person was seriously injured, they wouldn't be able to draw blood from their wounds because a living person could still circulate their Saint Chi to resist the suction of the blood essence stone. Kaluo wasn't dead, so the blood essence stone naturally had no effect. On top of that, this entire blood pond flesh forest should have been formed by him exploding. Yang Kai suddenly understood, which was why his aura was so pervasive. You seem to have discovered something? Kaluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear as he laughed. You can say that you are now inside my body. Here, I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. No one can resist. As if to verify his words, as soon as these arrogant words fell, a tender voice suddenly called out. You, Thunder Dragon Great Senior anxiously called out. That sound was obviously the Ice Jade Python's scream. She must have been attacked by something. I'm fine. Yu's voice sounded from a certain direction. Lei Long hurriedly rushed in that direction, but when he followed the voice, he couldn't find any trace of the Ice Jade Python. In this sea of blood, he couldn't even grasp the direction. Of the 13 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Han Fei who were standing together, the other 11 were all separated, each of them able to stand on their own. The situation was extremely bad. Yang Kai's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current situation, but there was nothing he could do. Your auras are somewhat similar to that person from several thousand years ago, which makes me very annoyed. I'll start with you guys. Kaluo's voice sounded again, extremely calm, as if he really could control the life and death of everyone in the Blood Sea. Yang Kai clearly felt that a huge amount of energy in the Blood Sea was gathering in a certain direction, and soon after, a burst of cries and sounds of fighting rang out. After just 3 breaths of time, Demon General Ba He's angry roar rang out. Wanna kill me? Don't think you'll have an easy time. A monstrous surge of demonic chi accompanied by an even stronger movement. With a muffled groan, Bahi's aura suddenly became ragged, as if his heart and lungs had been pierced by something, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bahi, Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. Master, avenge your subordinate. Bahi roared to the heavens, his voice deafening, and with a loud crack, Bahi's aura suddenly disappeared. Somehow, his spiritual energy had dissipated into the Blood Sea. Bahi is dead? The other 3 demon generals, who were scattered in different corners of the blood pool, cried out involuntarily. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Among the 4 great demon generals, Bahi was the one with the least experience. Although he was the weakest, he was still a 3rd-order saint. But since he fought with Kaluo, he had died in just 10 breaths of time. Inside this Blood Sea, what kind of ability did Kaluo use to accomplish such a feat? Meng Gu, Go Qiong, and Shueli all panicked, fearing that it would be their turn to suffer next, hurriedly shuttling back and forth across the Blood Sea, searching for Zhang Yuan's figure and praying for some kind of protection. The moment Bahi's aura disappeared, Yang Kai once again pushed his yuan qi and poured it into the blood essence stone. A huge, attractive force emerged, and from a certain direction of the Blood Sea, a wisp of blood qi was sucked into the blood essence stone before disappearing. This was Bahi's blood qi. The blood essence stone finally played a role at this moment, preventing Kaluo from becoming stronger. Humph, I'll deal with you later. Kaluo's cold snort sounded in Yang Kai's ears. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Of all the people present, his cultivation was the lowest, so after falling into the Blood Sea, Kaluo felt that he could kill him at any time. Master, Go Qiong's voice sounded from a certain location, a hint of relief apparent in his voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan responded from another location. Go Qiong seemed to be stunned for a moment before calling out, You are. As if he had seen something incredible, Go Cheong pushed his demonic chi and shouted as he fought. Inside this blood sea, he can transform into anyone. Everyone be careful. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Only now did they understand why Go Cheong's tone was mixed with relief. Obviously, he thought he had found Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, but it turned out to be an illusion created by Kaluo using the Blood Sea's energy. Caught off guard, he must have been ambushed. Go Cheong, Shueli called out, but received no response. The blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand once again absorbed a huge amount of blood qi, so Go Cheong's fate was obvious. Go Cheong, Mengu also shouted. Although the four demon generals had always been difficult to deal with, in the blink of an eye, two of their companions had fallen. So Mengu and Shueli were in a very bad mood and couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. Somewhere inside the blood sea, Zhang Yuan's face became even more gloomy as he grit his teeth and roared, I will make you pay the price. This senior swears he will make you pay the price. You don't have the ability. Kaluo's sarcastic voice sounded. If that master of your clan was still alive, my clan wouldn't have dared to awaken him, but his aura has already disappeared. He has already fallen. In this world, no one can do anything to me. Rest assured, after I kill you, I will use your blood essence and bones to create clansmen who look exactly like you and let them live in your place. He shouted wildly, using the bone race's forbidden technique to toy with everyone in the palm of his hand. You're a big hindrance. It looks like I'll have to kill you first. Kaluo's voice once again sounded in Yang Kai's ear. 2 times, he had killed people without obtaining any blood qi. All of it had been taken away by the blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. After killing the 2 demon generals and avenging thousands of years of hatred, Kaluo finally turned his attention to Yang Kai. A white bone like a sharp spear shuttled through the blood sea, accurately stabbing towards Yang Kai's position. It was silent and extremely mysterious. By the time Yang Kai noticed, the bone spear was already within reach. Master, be careful. Han Fei, who had been vigilant all this time, quickly screamed when she noticed the danger approaching. Asterisk poo. Asterisk with a muffled bang. Even though Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he was still pierced through by the sharp bone spear, opening a hole in his lower abdomen where golden blood instantly gushed out. Master! Li Rong also noticed something was wrong and called out in alarm, Han Fei, how is Master? Han Fei didn't answer because she couldn't see Yang Kai's situation at all, even if she was standing next to Yang Kai. The thick blood around him blocked her vision, making it so she could only see red. However, with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's aura had stagnated, indicating he had been injured. Her heart was filled with panic. I'm fine, Yang Kai shouted, trying to maintain the calmness in his voice as he gripped the bone spear that had pierced through his body and stared forward. In the blood pool, there was a vague humanoid figure holding the other end of the bone spear. Yang Kai felt that Kaluo was staring at him coldly. I've heard you mention that master from several thousand years ago more than once. Are you afraid of him? Yang Kai asked coldly. Afraid. Kaluo admitted without hesitation, I'm not his opponent at all. With just a casual blow, I fell to the ground unconscious and all the masters of my race were killed by him. Do you think I'm not afraid? As he spoke, Kaluo forcefully twisted the bone spear, causing Yang Kai severe pain and unbearable torture. He seemed to be venting the embarrassment Yang Kai had caused him. However, thanks to this, I was able to avoid the fate of being killed by him. I was able to sleep on this continent for thousands of years, waiting for him to fall. Kaluo laughed wildly. The lifespan of my race is incomparable to any other race. Their life essence was stored in their bones, so as long as their bones remained intact, they were virtually immortal. What if I told you that he didn't fall? Yang Kai roared in a low voice. The faintly discernible figure in front of him suddenly became clearer, causing Kaluo's state of mind to be greatly impacted. A sense of panic filling his heart as he immediately shouted, Impossible! His aura has indeed disappeared. It is impossible for him to still be alive. During the Great War, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He should have died long ago. Don't try to lie to me. Then open your eyes wide and see if he is still alive." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he reached out and wiped the wound on his abdomen, staining his fingertips with golden blood before immediately pressing them against his left eye. The golden blood flowed into his left eye and seemed to be absorbed by the sea, leaving not a single drop behind. His eyes, which had a clear distinction between black and white, instantly lost their color and became snow white. It was extremely frightening. Soon, a majestic golden color was born from the white of the eye, and the clear black and white of the eye gave birth to a golden pupil that seemed to look down on all living beings. Chapter 975. Great Demon God's demon eye of annihilation had long since been integrated into Yang Kai's left eye, allowing him to freely use it. The demon eye of annihilation contained one of Great Demon God's divine techniques, the soul-extinguishing golden light. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysteries the soul-extinguishing golden light possessed, or whether Great Demon God could really shoot out golden light from his eyes to purify evil spirits. But when the demon eye appeared in his left eye, the entire world suddenly became somewhat different. The world trembled and the blood sea became turbulent, as if it had suffered a great impact. Amidst the turbulent blood sea, a figure gradually blurred from nothingness and then became clear. It was Kuluo's figure. This figure had no flesh or blood, only a condensation of spiritual energy. It was Kuluo's soul avatar. His flesh and blood had long ago exploded, forming this blood sea forest. His bones were scattered in every corner of the blood sea, becoming his weapons of slaughter. At this moment, Kuluo's soul avatar was standing in front of Yang Kai, holding a bone spear in his hand that he had pierced through Yang Kai's abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from Yang Kai's wound and merged into the blood sea, but instead of merging with it, the blood sea automatically parted and opened a path for him. Kuluo's eyes trembled violently as he stared into Yang Kai's left eye. In that majestic golden eye, he seemed to see the invincible master from thousands of years ago. In the past, when he had rushed over, that master had only needed a casual blow to knock him to the ground. From the beginning to the end, that master had not even glanced at Kuluo, as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. That scene had left an indelible mark in Kuluo's heart, causing him to feel uneasy even in his deep sleep, fearing that master would discover his whereabouts and kill him. After hiding for thousands of years, it was only when that master's aura disappeared from this world that he and his clansmen dared to awaken. But now, that aura that made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart had appeared once again. Right in front of him was a pair of insufferably arrogant eyes from thousands of years ago. The eyes exuded a mysterious power that gradually transformed into a vortex capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor. Kuluo felt his soul avatar being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged into the vortex, plunging him into a purgatory where he would never see the light of day. Impossible! Kuluo roared as he desperately tried to retreat, desperately trying to resist the suction force from the golden eye. "Koro, your time has come. Be a good boy and accept your death." Yang Kai pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the injury to his abdomen, constantly using words to influence Kuluo's state of mind, making him nervous. "You're not him," Karo screamed in horror. "Even if you have one of his eyes, you can't be him. He's already dead." He hid his soul avatar inside the blood sea and roared as he controlled the countless bone spikes scattered around the blood pool to stab towards Yang Kai. He had listed Yang Kai as his most dangerous enemy and was striving to kill him as quickly as possible. The masters from the 3 clans who were scattered across the blood sea suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. Releasing their divine senses, they were able to detect the positions of others. At this moment, all of Kuluo's attention was focused on Yang Kai, so he no longer had the ability to control others, causing the power of the blood sea to drop several notches. "Ice crystal shield," Han Fei shouted as she waved the long sword in her hand, condensing a massive ice shield in front of Yang Kai to protect his safety. Li Rong rushed over from the side, her delicate hand reaching out and grabbing one of the bone spurs aimed at Yang Kai, wrapping it in her demonic qi, preventing it from moving. Zhang Yuan, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and Thunder Dragon arrived one after another, each of them using their own methods to intercept one bone spur after another. In front of Yang Kai, the 10 masters worked together to block Ku Luo's frenzied offensive. Yang Kai hadn't moved a single step and remained unscathed. On top of that, it seemed that because of the appearance of the demon eye of annihilation, the illusions hidden in the blood sea had been broken, allowing everyone's vision to become much clearer, allowing them to see up to 10 meters away. Ku Luo was still hiding in the blood sea, far away from Yang Kai, not daring to come out. He had blown up his physical body and used the bone race's forbidden technique, leaving only his soul avatar to move about in this blood sea. He had thought that he was the master of this place, but the result had greatly disappointed him. The demon eye of annihilation was the bane of souls, so without the protection of his physical body, how could he dare to show himself? Shio shio shio. Bone spikes danced in the air. They were incomparably sharp and imposing. The dark red blood water also converged into blood dragons. They bared their fangs and roared at everyone as they wantonly attacked. The 10 masters were no longer at a loss and were now standing beside Yang Kai. They were no longer lost in this sea of blood, and everyone's demeanor was very relaxed as they saw hope for victory. Over there, use your divine sense to attack. He's only left with his soul avatar. Yang Kai shouted and pointed in a certain direction. Only left with his soul avatar? Zhang Yuan was startled for a moment before grinning fiercely. Good, that's good. I'd like to see how long he can struggle at death's door. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the 10 masters rushed in the same direction as Yang Kai also strengthened the power of the demon eye of annihilation to contain Ku Luo's movements. A silent and mysterious attack broke out, and a heart-palpitating spiritual energy fluctuation burst out. Ku Luo screamed miserably. He had finally been injured. Even if he was a master who was close to breaking through to the Saint King realm, he was unable to resist the spiritual energy attacks of 10 top masters in an instant. Over there, Yang Kai pointed in another direction, and the spiritual energy of the 10 masters began bombarding it fiercely. The blood sea shook once more and became unstable. The bone spurs and blood dragons that were originally under Ku Luo's control also lost their deterrence, and the blood dragons scattered and merged back into the blood sea. The bone spurs were also taken back by Ku Luo and disappeared without a trace. Ku Luo obviously didn't have much energy left to distract himself. Avoiding the combined spiritual energy attacks of the 10 masters was the limit of what he could do. Over here, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. The attacks of the 10 masters were like spears and swords in his hands, accurately striking Ku Luo again and again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood sea that had been enveloping everyone suddenly shrank. Everyone's vision became clear, and by the time they recovered, the bone race's forbidden technique, blood pond flesh forest, had finally disappeared. Not far away, the bone spurs and flesh had merged back together and Ku Luo's figure gradually took shape. He had actually been able to restore himself to his original state. Without that strange forbidden technique, I want to see what you'll use to fight us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. The others also looked towards Ku Luo with malicious intent. Just now, in the blood sea, they had all been toyed with in the palm of Ku Luo's hand. Everyone here was a top master, and they all had their own pride. What they had experienced just now was a great humiliation. Now that they had escaped from the blood sea, it was naturally time for them to avenge their grievances. Without waiting for Ku Luo's figure to completely reform, the 10 masters scattered and surrounded him, leaving him with no path to heaven or door to earth. Ku Luo finally panicked, his face going pale as his green eyes overflowed with fear and regret. He felt that he shouldn't have woken up at this time and should have slept for another few thousand years. Ku Luo, did you forget something? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked lightly. Ku Luo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and narrowed his eyes. He saw the bone spur that had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This bone spike was as translucent as white jade, as if it had been carved from the most beautiful crystal. It contained an incredible amount of energy, and after piercing through Yang Kai's body, it was still inside his body even now. The moment he saw this bone spur, Ku Luo's face changed greatly as he became more and more flustered. This was a part of his body that contained a large amount of his life essence. With this bone spur missing, his strength would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression was fierce as he reached out and grabbed the bone spur, slowly pulling it out of his abdomen. His eyes were firm as he stared at Kaluo, not showing the slightest sign of panic despite the severe pain. Golden blood spurted out as the moment the bone spur left his body. The wounds on Yang Kai's body began to heal automatically. Kaluo's eyes were like locusts as he stared at the bone spur, his lips squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Yang Kai grinned and looked at him calmly. For your bone race, your body is the foundation of your existence, isn't it? So what if it is? Kaluo grit his teeth. That's good. Yang Kai gently nodded, his destructive demonic chi pouring out of his palm and wrapping around the bone spur. In an instant, the bone spur seemed to have been ignited by a black flame and quickly melted, turning into a pool of bone liquid that dripped from Yang Kai's fingertips and disappeared into the ground. In front of him, Yang Kai had burned the bone spur. Kaluo's expression changed dramatically, as if the most important thing in his life had been destroyed by Yang Kai, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying as he roared, "For destroying my body, I will make you pay the price. You won't have the chance." Meng Wuya roared as he waved his hands wildly in the air. High up in the sky, it was as if a meteor was being grabbed by Meng Wuya. A series of bright lights containing terrifying power smashed down towards Kaluo, as if they wanted to destroy the world. "Since you dared to kill my demon general, today I'll grind your bones to dust." The halberd in Zhang Yuan's hand pulsed with a kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light as it stabbed towards Kaluo like an azure dragon. Meng Gu and Shueli followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, their faces filled with hatred as they also pushed their strength to the limit. The three monster race great seniors all exchanged a glance before transforming into their true forms and attacking Kaluo with all their strength. Chu Ling Xiao shook his demon sealing chain and wrapped it around Kaluo, restricting his movements. A series of bone shields condensed around Kaluo as he also felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that if he could not resist this attack, he would die without a doubt, so he was counting on these bone shields to buy him some time. He still had the strength to fight. Chapter 976. Surrounded by his bone shields, Kaluo was extremely nervous. Han Fei appeared beside him and waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, creating a curtain of light that enveloped him. As soon as she took action, Li Rong also quickly took action. The leader of the ancient demon clan was like a hot knife through butter, her pair of delicate fists punching out one after another, completely ignoring the bone shields around Kaluo, smashing through countless bone shields along the way as she arrived in front of Kaluo and punched out. A fist force that contained the intent to destroy all living beings suddenly erupted. Kaluo's face changed greatly and he was about to resist, but Zhang Yuan's peerless halberd had already arrived. Being attacked from both sides, Kaluo could only try to evade while simultaneously meeting Li Rong's blow. Hong. The earth trembled as a deafening explosion rang out. Kaluo's newly formed body seemed unable to withstand such a violent blow and began to crack. Chu Ling Zhao's devil-sealing chain wrapped around Kaluo's body, restricting his freedom. The other masters saw this opportunity and rushed forward, using all of their strength to bombard Kaluo. Kaluo was in a difficult situation as his body cracked open, chunks of flesh and blood flying out. His bones, which contained the essence of his life, were exposed to everyone's eyes. Kacha. Kaluo's bone body was unable to withstand the barrage of attacks from the 10 top masters and began to crack like a spider web. Kaluo was finished. This time, he was really finished. He had been counting on the bone race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, to wipe out Tong Xian Realm's masters, but at the last moment, his plan had been destroyed by Yang Kai. Kaluo, who did not dare to use his forbidden technique, was no longer the opponent of these 10 masters. In every aspect, Kaluo was being suppressed, and he no longer had any hope of winning. Kaluo's green eyes twitched, filled with annoyance, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions intertwined as Zhang Yuan's halberd directly pierced through his head and pierced his eyes. Blood and flesh splattered as Kaluo stopped moving in place. The next moment, as if he had been dismembered, his body exploding and his bones completely falling apart. An illusory figure suddenly burst out from Kaluo's mind and rapidly shrank into a fluorescent light that quickly flew off into the distance. Divine soul projection, Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice. With his flesh and bones completely shattered, Kaluo decisively sent his soul out of his body, hoping that it would not be destroyed. Without a carrier, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was impossible for it to remain in this world for a long time, unless one used some special artifact to preserve it or found a suitable body to occupy. The old demon was a good example. If Kaluo really had such an opportunity and could find a suitable body, with the bone race's strange nature, he may be able to make a comeback. How could the 10 experts give him this chance? They had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as Meng Wuya's voice fell, 10 spiritual energy streams erupted and chased after Kaluo's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kaluo let out a miserable cry from his soul. His soul avatar came to a stop in midair, its translucent face ferocious and terrifying, exuding a dangerous aura. Perceiving Kaluo's strange state, the 10 masters no longer dared to force him and instead surrounded him with their spiritual energy to prevent him from escaping. A battle between souls was too dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in soul damage, a price no one could afford to pay. Everyone was afraid that Kaluo would drag one of them down with him before he died. If a master of Kaluo's level was really forced into a corner and decided to use soul explosion, no one present would be able to withstand it. "Don't embarrass me again, or I'll take you down with me." Kaluo roared hysterically, the aura coming from his soul avatar becoming more and more dangerous, as if it could explode at any time. The 10 masters couldn't help frowning, secretly feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. "Kaluo!" Yang Kai's angry shout suddenly sounded. Hearing this shout, Kaluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but in the next moment, he realized that he was in trouble. The moment he saw the golden demonic eye, a huge and invisible vortex suddenly formed in front of him, rolling up a terrifying suction force that he could not resist and pulling his soul avatar into it. Kaluo struggled desperately, but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank. **Shto. In the blink of an eye, Kaluo's soul, which even the 10 masters found difficult to deal with, was directly sucked into Yang Kai's left eye, the sound of Kaluo's unwilling roars and screams echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they had time to ask Yang Kai how the situation was, Kaluo closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. Kaluo was looking around with a look of panic on his face. Feeling the scorching heat of the sea, his expression changed several times, and he couldn't help calling out in amazement, "A special spiritual energy? You actually have a special spiritual energy?" With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's knowledge sea was extraordinary. This was a divine sense that possessed a scorching heat. Even across the entire star territory, there were very few people who possessed such a special spiritual energy. Kaluo had never expected that someone in this inferior world would possess such a special spiritual energy. "Today, I'll destroy your soul." Yang Kai didn't waste any time. The moment his soul avatar appeared, he poured all the power in his knowledge sea into burning Kaluo's soul avatar. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above Yang Kai's knowledge sea appeared again, and a golden light shot out from it. Kaluo screamed and struggled, but he was unable to resist. Under the power of the conflagrated knowledge sea and the soul-extinguishing golden light, his entire life's consciousness and experiences were completely purified, leaving behind only a mass of pure spiritual energy. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected this mass of spiritual energy, feeling the surge of it and feeling it. His expression changed slightly. Worthy of a master who was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm, the amount of spiritual energy Yang Kai had obtained was far greater. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, one mass of pure spiritual energy after another was suspended. These were all inadvertently absorbed by Yang Kai throughout the battle. As long as someone died near him, their spiritual energy would be absorbed into his knowledge sea, something that Yang Kai could not control. However, thanks to this, Yang Kai had obtained unimaginable benefits. Yang Kai didn't rush out. In any case, the overall situation had been decided. The bone race had been wiped out, so all that was left was to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Yang Kai began to absorb the countless masses of spiritual energy. Most of these spiritual energy belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator, with many of them being saints. Each mass of spiritual energy contained the cultivator's comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their unique cultivation insights. Yang Kai removed the impurities and turned these spiritual energy into his own nutrients. Gradually, Yang Kai's consciousness vaguely arrived in front of a door. Pushing it open, he saw the world behind it. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as his knowledge sea churned, and his entire body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside, everyone who was meditating suddenly felt the changes in Yang Kai and opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. A moment later, Li Rong's tender body trembled as she exclaimed, "Master is about to break through." Meng Wuya's face froze. "Isn't that too fast?" He had asked Li Rong before when Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had broken through to the Saint King realm and knew that it had only been a year ago. He estimated that even if Yang Kai's aptitude was outstanding, after experiencing Yuan Qi's saint transformation, it would take at least 2 to 3 years before he could truly touch the threshold of the saint realm. At that time, whether or not he could make a breakthrough would depend on his luck and fortune. But now, in just a year, Yang Kai had begun to break through. He was on the verge of breaking through to the saint realm. Meng Wuya was somewhat unable to accept this, staring at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster, muttering something to himself, a look of shock appearing on his face. Meng Wuya considered himself a genius, but compared to Yang Kai, he was still lacking in self-confidence. Sure enough, he's about to break through. Chu Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. Chu Lingxiao smiled and nodded, a look of relief appearing on his old face. It looks like he gained a lot from this battle. We should keep our distance so we don't disturb him. Saying so, Meng Wuya took the initiative to retreat. The demon race and monster race masters also did not linger. After they had all left, Li Rong and Han Fei were the last to leave. They were still worried about the masters from the demon race and monster race. Although they had all worked together to deal with the bone race, now that things had come to an end, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai and strangle him on his path to growth. As such, Li Rong and Han Fei remained vigilant. After a long time, more and more masters from the 3 great clans returned from all directions, hunting down the remnants of the bone race, not letting any of them escape. They burned all the fleeing bone race clansmen to ashes, making it impossible for them to revive. Half a day later, all the people who were still alive gradually returned, and the 3 clans began to count their casualties. The result made everyone's mood heavy. When they first arrived, the 3 clans had sent over 1,000 masters, but after this battle, less than 500 had survived. Nearly half of the masters had fallen in this world, many of them saints. Although this battle had allowed the entire continent to relax, each of the clans had also suffered heavy losses. The demon race's losses were the heaviest. In the battle with Kaluo, 2 of their demon general had fallen, a blow that even Zhang Yuan could not bear. Shueli and Minggu, who were still alive, were similarly depressed. The saddest thing was that almost all of the people who had died had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew who these skeletons belonged to before they died. The 3 clans worked together to collect the bones of those who had died in battle and placed them on an island near Water Spirit Temple as a form of consolation. Masters from all sides paid tribute to the contributions they had made in this battle. One day later, the clouds in the sky began to change and a terrifying world energy descended from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Kai has broken through. On the island, Meng Wuya's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Let's go take a look." Chu Lingxiao said, then directly flew over to Yang Kai's side. The monster race and demon race group also followed closely behind. The masters from the human race who heard the news were also filled with curiosity and rushed over to observe. Chapter 977. A few years ago, No one had even heard of Yang Kai's name. But today, his name had spread far and wide across the entire continent. A Saint Realm master in his late 20s, at such a young age and with such cultivation, he was unique in all of Tongxian realm and naturally attracted the attention of many. What's more, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. This time, he was the one who had led the war with the bone race. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone believed that from today onwards, this name would be the talk of the entire continent. It would spread far and wide, becoming the most dazzling star of the continent. His future achievements would likely be higher than anyone else's. When the human, monster, and demon clans arrived, the ancient demon clan, led by Li Rong and Han Fei, had gathered 10 kilometers away from Yang Kai, making sure no one was allowed to approach. Everyone could only watch from a distance. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, all of them were shocked. The extremely violent world energy seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and smashing down onto Yang Kai's body. His upper robes had been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy physique. From top to bottom, there were no traces of him circulating his strength, simply relying on the strength of his physique to withstand this baptism of world energy. Not a single trace of this world energy was wasted by him, all of it being absorbed into his body and transformed into his own strength. His physique was constantly wriggling and his body was as solid as a rock. Just by looking at him, he gave off a powerful and thrilling aura. Everyone could feel that Yang Kai's body was growing stronger at an extremely fast speed, comparable to the strongest defensive artifact in the world. All the masters from various clans were shocked. "Brother Ming, when you broke through to the Saint Realm?" Chu Lingxiao whispered, "How much world energy baptism did you withstand?" "About half," Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. "Any more and I wouldn't have been able to bear it." "I'm probably a bit weaker than Brother Ming." Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Chu Lingxiao took a light breath and compared himself with Yang Kai's actions. Chu Lingxiao couldn't help feeling somewhat inferior. Zhang Yuan's face twitched as he secretly felt that he really needed to improve his relationship with Yang Kai. In this battle, 2 demon generals had fallen. This was already a great loss to his demon race. If he didn't seize the opportunity in front of him, he didn't know what path the demon race would take in the future. The potential of the young man who was breaking through could surpass any force. In the past, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why top masters like Li Rong and Han Fei would be so loyal to Yang Kai, who was only a transcendent. Even if there was a relationship with the great demon god, this shouldn't be the case. This was too much of a humiliation for him. With their strength, they could establish their own sects, and no one in the world could underestimate them. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood that Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others were far more far-sighted than he was. Because this young man might be able to give the ancient demon clan a future they could never hope to achieve, a new hope. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly made a move that made everyone tremble in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure and the power of the world, he suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the sky. Immediately, his body leaped, and he directly fled into the sky while enduring the power of the world that was descending. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the storm of world energy that was gathering in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, their expression changing dramatically. Withstanding the baptism of the world energy was an extremely difficult task, and if one were to directly rush into this storm of world energy, the pressure they would have to bear would increase exponentially. If one wasn't careful, they would be crushed to pieces. Everyone who had a close relationship with Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of worry, fearing that Yang Kai's rash action would cause some kind of accident. But in the next moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The storm of world energy, which had been constantly rotating, seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and suddenly came to a standstill. Then, this massive storm, which no one dared approach, began to rotate in the opposite direction. At the center of this storm, there seemed to be some kind of vortex that was pulling it in. As the speed of this vortex grew faster and faster, the power of the world energy storm rapidly decreased. It was being sucked in. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the storm of world energy disappeared, and at its center, Yang Kai's figure appeared, a look of disappointment still lingering on his face. "This little brat," Meng Wuya laughed. So bold. There was actually someone who could enter the center of that storm of world energy to withstand the baptism. Yang Shangzhu is truly a genius. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Soaring Heaven Sect has produced such an amazing character. It really makes me envious. I must also congratulate Great Elder Su Hui. With such a holy master, your holy land will only become more and more glorious in the future. A series of compliments and congratulations sounded, causing Su Hui to grin from ear to ear. After experiencing this battle and witnessing Yang Kai's breakthrough, everyone realized just how great Yang Kai's personal strength was. Those who had not cared much about him before finally began to re-examine their attitudes towards him. Yang Kai slowly walked down from the sky. The masters from the three clans congratulated him in unison, all of them sincerely. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Many thanks to all of you. And I must also thank all of you for your efforts in this battle. I believe that future generations will not forget the efforts you have made today and will remember them gratefully. Many people's faces showed a touch of glory as their spirits soared. Yang Shangzhu, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chan Zhou, suddenly walked up and hesitantly asked, "Can this Qin ask you a question?" Since the beginning of the battle with the bone race, Chan Zhou had been holding this question in his heart and had been holding it in until now. Yang Kai glanced over at him and knew what he wanted to ask, nodding and saying, "Can Palace Master Qin wait a moment? I also have something to tell you, but before that, I'd like to speak with Demon Commander Master first." "Good, this one will wait." Chan Zhou's body shook as he faintly realized something and quickly responded. "Yang Shangzhu has something to say to me?" Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Kai. "Let's go somewhere else." Yang Kai motioned before beckoning to Li Rong. "Come with me." Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but still obediently followed. The other powerhouses stood where they were, enjoying the joy of victory as they discussed the future matters at the same time. "I wonder what Yang Shangzhu wants to say to this senior?" Zhang Yuan walked a distance away from Yang Kai and couldn't help asking. Yang Kai took out a new set of clothes from the black book space and neatly put them on before saying, "Go Qiong and Bahi are dead. Please restrain your grief, Demon Commander." Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "They died a worthy death. Many thanks for Yang Shangzhu's concern. I just wanted to tell you that although I had the idea of using the Demon Eye of Annihilation to suppress Kaluo from the beginning, if he didn't come to my side, I couldn't do anything about it. When Go Qiong and Bahi died, I was powerless. This senior understands your difficulties. You don't need to mind." Zhang Yuan nodded gently. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned. "Now that your demon land has lost 2 demon general, your strength has been greatly reduced. What do you plan to do?" "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuan frowned and coldly snorted. "If you're worried that the other 2 races will take this opportunity to invade my demon land, you're worrying too much. As long as this senior is alive, no one can have any ideas about my demon land. You're thinking too much." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just want to ask you, are you interested in finding another demon general to replace them?" "Find another demon general?" Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he suddenly recovered, turning to Li Rong and asking, "You mean this lady?" "Of course, Li Rong is also a member of the demon race and her strength isn't any worse than yours, so there shouldn't be any problem with her becoming a demon general, right?" "Naturally there's no problem, but is Yang Shangzhu willing to part with her? Is this lady willing to come to my demon land?" Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart and see what his plans were. Li Rong indeed had no problem becoming a demon general. Her strength already qualified her to become a demon commander, but Yang Kai's sudden proposal really made Zhang Yuan a little vigilant. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of the demon land. "I refuse," Li Rong said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured, "Listen to what I have to say. After this trip, I will be leaving this place." "Leaving this place?" Zhang Yuan, Li Rong, and Han Fei all froze for a moment. "Wherever Master goes, we will go," Li Rong said decisively. Yang Kai pointed to the sky and said, "I'm going to Star Territory, so I can't take you with me." "Star Territory?" Zhang Yuan paled. "Why would you want to go to Star Territory?" That place is filled with dangers, and you've only just broken through to the Saint Realm. If you go there, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Yes, master, if you really want to go, please take me with you, Li Rong hurriedly expressed. I'll go too. Han Fei bit her red lip. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'll go alone. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, I was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. I didn't even have the strength to protect myself, yet I still managed to come here. If I hadn't come here at that time and had instead stayed in the central capital, I definitely wouldn't have the strength I have now. When the people of this world invaded, I might have become a slave to some great force, unable to resist. It was because I came here at that time that I was able to bring my family and friends here when the crisis came, allowing them to live near Nine Heavens' Holy Land to ensure their safety. The current situation is the same as it was 10 years ago. How is it the same? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Great demon gods sealed this world, causing it to fade from the sight of Starfield. But now that the seal has been lifted, perhaps one day a Saint King realm or even higher master will come here. When that time comes, who will be able to resist? Zhang Yuan paled slightly, thinking of the scene he had seen in great demon god's memories and shuddering. Thousands of years ago, great demon god had resisted the invaders from the starry sky. If that scene were to appear again, with the current strength of the masters in this world, all living beings would be reduced to slaves. Kaluo alone had cost them a great deal of effort, even sacrificing 2 demon general to kill him. Kaluo's cultivation was only close to the Saint King realm and had yet to successfully break through. If a Saint King realm master really came, no one would be able to resist. Chapter 978. Zhang Yuan somewhat understood what Yang Kai meant. If I go to the Star Territory, I may be able to find a way. When the time comes, even if a powerful enemy invades, I won't be unable to defend myself. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one can guarantee anything, Yang Kai shrugged. From his own experiences over the past dozen years, Yang Kai saw a similar way out. It was never wrong to prepare for a rainy day. So, Yang Shangzhu wants to take the risk of going to the star field for the sake of the future of Tongxian realm? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, curling his lips as he asked, "You're not such a righteous man, are you?" Although he hadn't been in contact with Yang Kai many times and hadn't known him for a long time, Zhang Yuan had his own way of judging people. As the demon commander, his vision was far sharper than the average person. He felt that Yang Kai's eagerness to go to the star field wasn't because of what he said. There must be some other reason. Yang Kai laughed and nodded. There is indeed a more important reason, but that is my personal matter, so it is not convenient for me to disclose it. I can only guarantee that there will be no harm to the demon land. I believe you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded before turning to look at Li Rong again, a faint look of interest flashing across his face. If Yang Kai really left Tongxian realm, he might be able to accept Li Rong as a demon general. The ancient demon clan's combat strength was intrepid, and their leaders were also tyrannical. With them joining, the demon land would one day become impregnable. Most importantly, he might be able to take advantage of Yang Kai's absence to persuade the ancient demon clan to truly become a part of the demon race. Zhang Yuan was tempted. Li Rong, you belong to the demon race, and the demon land's environment is more suitable for your cultivation. If you go there, it will be more suitable for the development of your clansmen. And if one day I can return and you are still willing to follow me, I will definitely take you to a wider world. Yang Kai showed a look of nostalgia. More than 10 years ago, I seem to have said the same thing to the great Han dynasty. Li Rong and Han Fei's beautiful eyes brightened. My lord, are you sure you can't bring us along? Li Rong made a final attempt. Yang Kai shook his head. Starfield was too vast and too dangerous. He didn't even know where to go, so how could he bring anyone along? Then my ancient demon clan awaits master's good news. Li Rong nodded heavily and didn't say anything more. She knew that since Yang Kai had already made his decision, it was useless for her to say anything more. Before that, my clan will temporarily reside in the demon land. I wonder if Master Demon Commander is willing to accept us. This senior welcomes you. Zhang Yuan smiled heartily. After returning to the gathering place of the 3 clans, the various forces returned triumphantly one after another. Each force had come from a different place, so after traveling together for a while, they all went their separate ways. In this battle, each force had suffered huge losses, so they couldn't wait to return to prepare materials and restore their yuan qi. 10 days later, Yang Kai separated from Su Hui and the others, telling him to return to the Holy Land with Li Rong and the others first, that he needed to go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and would return in a few days. Su Hui nodded and left. Let's go. Yang Kai waited for the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land and the ancient demon clan to walk away before turning to Chen Zhou and smiling. Chen Zhou's expression was a bit reserved, filled with many questions and doubts, but he didn't dare ask them directly and simply led the way. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Does Palace Master Chen want to ask about the Dragon Emperor?" Chen Zhou was startled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists and asked, "If it is convenient, can Yang Shangzhu explain?" In this battle with the Bone Race, the might of the Dragon Emperor had reappeared, but Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, had not come to the battlefield. Moreover, after the Golden Dragon dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was clearly revealed. When Yang Kai broke through to the Saint Realm and returned, Chen Zhou also saw a lifelike golden dragon tattoo on his body. This series of signs allowed Chen Zhou to vaguely understand the truth of the matter, but he wasn't certain. Naturally, he wanted to find Yang Kai and ask him about this matter. "It's time to give you an explanation." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression serious. "Before that, I want to apologize to Palace Master Chen and your noble sect for deceiving you." Chen Zhou's body shook as a look of understanding appeared on his face. "Sun Yu is not the Dragon Emperor's successor. I am." Elder Xiaoling was taken aback as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. That year, when the Dragon Valley inheritance opened, it wasn't because of Sun Yu, but rather because I accidentally entered it. Sun Yu happened to break in at that time and was drawn into the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. I stayed in the Dragon Valley with him for 2 years. I didn't know much about Dragon Phoenix Palace, so I left Sun Yu there and asked him some questions while giving him some pointers in his cultivation. So, Sun Yu being able to make such a huge breakthrough in his cultivation during these 2 years was entirely because of Yang Shangzhu? Chen Zhou was shocked, suddenly realizing why Sun Yu's cultivation progress after leaving Dragon Valley had been so poor. Although it was faster than an ordinary person's, it was still far from the aptitude of the Dragon Emperor. Half of it, he's also quite diligent. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then, when Frozen Nether Cave Heaven attacked, I also dealt with it secretly, Yang Kai admitted frankly. No wonder the Dragon Emperor. Sun Yu listens to Yang Shangzhu and worships him so much. It turns out there was such a reason behind it. Xiaoling suddenly understood. I was wondering when Great Elder Ling Jian had become friends with a character like Yang Shangzhu, but now it all makes sense. But I still don't quite understand, Chen Zhou frowned. Since Yang Shangzhu is the Dragon Emperor's successor, why would he conceal this matter? Just how respected was the Dragon Emperor's successor? Sun Yu had already reached the heavens in a single bound and had become the highest-ranking person in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Chen Zhou really couldn't understand why Yang Kai would conceal his existence while allowing Sun Yu to attract everyone's attention. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly, "The main reason is that I just happened to become the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land that year. You should have heard that at that time, Nine Heavens Holy Land was suffering from both external and internal troubles, a pile of mess that had yet to be cleaned up. At that time, I was not in the mood to take care of other matters. The most important thing is that I am not a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If I were to tell you that I had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Palace's inheritance, I don't know what you would think. Perhaps it would cause some kind of disaster. This is my fault. It has nothing to do with Sun Yu. I asked him to help me conceal this matter. I'm sorry." Kai Yang's attitude was sincere, and he explained everything to her. Chen Zhou, Xiaoling, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Chen Zhou laughed and said, "It's not too late for Yang Shangzhu to tell us the truth at this moment, but I don't quite understand. Why was Yang Shangzhu able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance? Is there some other reason for this?" "Because I cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art." Chen Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Kai gave a brief account of what happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, and when everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace heard this, all of them showed looks of excitement. It's the inheritance left behind by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. No wonder Yang Shangzhu was able to open Dragon Valley's barrier. Everything makes sense now. Chen Zhou said excitedly. So, Yang Shangzhu isn't an outsider. Strictly speaking, Yang Shangzhu should be considered a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Xiaoling also couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Kai wanted Nine Heavens Holy Land and Dragon Phoenix Palace to be on good terms, most likely because of this connection. At this moment, Chen Zhou and Xiaoling finally understood everything. Right, what about the Phoenix Empress? Chen Zhou suddenly remembered something. Since Yang Shangzhu cultivates the yin-yang joyous unification art, there must be a Phoenix Empress. Where is she? Why haven't I seen her before? She's not in Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's expression became dim. She went to Starfield. Starfield? Chen Zhou was dumbfounded. I'm going to find her, but I don't know when I'll be able to return. So I want to take the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest so that when I find her, I can hand it over to her. Take it away? Chen Zhou was startled. Can that inheritance be taken away? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure. I'm just going to try. Of course, that is if Palace Master Chen agrees. That's not a problem, but the difficulty is a bit high. That inheritance has been hidden in the Phoenix Nest for thousands of years. No one knows what it is. I hope you do your best. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded sincerely. After confirming that Yang Kai was the real Dragon Emperor's successor, Chen Zhou and Xiaoling's attitude suddenly became very respectful. Yang Kai asked them not to blame Sun Yu, and the two of them said they didn't take this matter to heart. For the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace, as long as there was a successor to the Dragon Emperor's identity, that person would stand on the sex side. It didn't matter who inherited it. What's more, Yang Kai's identity as the Dragon Emperor's successor had been decided a long time ago. Moreover, the two of them also said that although Sun Yu was not the real Dragon Emperor, they would not treat him unfairly in the future and would pour all of the sect's resources, manpower, and financial resources into him as always. Sun Yu's current aptitude was also far superior to ordinary people, so he was worth focusing on. More than a month later, a group of people arrived at Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace welcomed them with open arms. Sun Yu had long since received news and led a group of people to stand outside Dragon Phoenix Palace, congratulating Chen Zhou and the others on their triumphant return as well as welcoming Yang Kai. Chen Zhou set up a banquet to entertain them, and the entire sect toasted and drank. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai pulled Sun Yu aside and explained the situation to him. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior Yang, this makes me feel a lot more at ease, but will the Palace Master and the others hold a grudge against me in the future? How could that be? Yang Kai laughed. Cultivate well. Even if you are not the Dragon Emperor now, you are still the future hope of the sect. The Palace Master and the others won't treat you unfairly. Really? Yang Kai nodded. That's great. Sun Yu smiled happily, no longer feeling the psychological burden he had before. Before, he had been burdened with the false identity of the Dragon Emperor, causing him to worry all day long, for fear that someone would discover his flaws. But now he felt completely relaxed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to straighten his back. Chapter 979. Inside the Phoenix Nest, a world of ice and snow, a frigid chill permeated the jungle, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of white fog, making it seem like a paradise on Earth. The Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this jungle, and for thousands of years, no one had truly obtained it. Only those who cultivated cold attribute secret arts would often come to the Phoenix Nest to cultivate, taking advantage of the favorable conditions here. Even frozen Nether Cave Heaven, which had previously tried to harm Dragon Phoenix Palace, had its foundation not far from the Phoenix Nest, relying on its cold aura to survive. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a certain part of the Phoenix Nest, the frigid cold aura blocking the flow of Saint Qi in his body. Even though he had already reached the Saint Realm, Yang Kai could still feel an extraordinary domain and energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. This domain and energy seemed to be everywhere, causing his hair and clothes to be covered in frost. If Su Yin could be here, she would only need to circulate her yin-yang joyous unification art to absorb all the ice attribute energy in the phoenix nest. However, she was unable to come here. Yang Kai constantly tried to release his divine sense, trying to comprehend this aura and absorb it. After all, he had gone to the star field this time and did not know when he would return. If he was lucky enough to find Su Yin, he could directly hand over the Phoenix Empress inheritance hidden here to her and help her improve her strength. However, Yang Kai was not sure he could accomplish this. The ice attribute energy and this aura were completely incompatible with the true Yang secret art he cultivated, and it was also completely different from the Saint Chi in his body. Yang Kai could only patiently try and not force it. Time passed by, and Yang Kai sat in the phoenix nest for half a month without making any progress. However, because of the influence of the ice attribute energy, Yang Kai was able to slowly stabilize his newly promoted Saint Realm. Having just broken through a great realm, the most important thing to avoid at this time was to be greedy. The ice attribute energy had forced Yang Kai to resist it with his hot Saint Chi, and while consuming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai was also able to sense the various differences between his Saint Realm and his Saint Chi. Yang Kai had gained a lot and maintained this state without thinking about anything else. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his Saint Realm cultivation, causing his Saint Realm cultivation to become more solid and his Saint Chi to become purer and more vigorous. His efforts during this period of time had given him a buffer period. It had become the cornerstone for him to stabilize his realm. The power in his body was also slowly becoming stronger. He was comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. During this process, the golden dragon tattoo on his body was constantly moving. Being in the phoenix nest, it seemed to have received some kind of special nourishment. Not only was it not stable, but it also seemed to be very eager, as if it wanted to rush out of Yang Kai's body and merge with the cold energy. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the two pillars of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and they were also of one mind. The golden dragon tattoo contained an enormous amount of energy. It was the Dragon Emperor's final inheritance, so it was natural for there to be some abnormalities in the phoenix nest. Another half a month later, there was still no movement from the phoenix nest. During this time, Yang Kai had been transmitting his divine sense to his surroundings in an attempt to understand the mysteries of the phoenix nest, but he failed. After a whole month, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up. He felt that he couldn't take away the final inheritance left here. Just as Yang Kai opened his eyes and was about to leave, the cold energy in the phoenix nest suddenly underwent some unusual changes and seemed to resonate with the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body, forming a subtle connection. Yang Kai's body froze as he recalled his actions just now. Quickly holding his breath, he stopped circulating the energy in his body and allowed the golden dragon tattoo to move freely around his body. This subtle connection became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai's eyes became brighter as he vaguely understood what was going on. The huge amount of cold energy in the phoenix nest was converging in a certain direction, and that direction was not far in front of Yang Kai. Gradually, the frost that had covered the entire phoenix nest for thousands of years began to melt, leaving only a small territory in front of Yang Kai where the cold energy was extremely rich. It seemed that all of the cold energy was gathering here. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, the phantom image of an ice phoenix appeared. It was noble, gorgeous, and completely snow-white. It was crystal clear and flawless, like an otherworldly fairy. It reminded Yang Kai of Su Yin. The auras of the two were so similar that they seemed to come from the same source. Hu Jiaoer had once commented that Su Yin was like an ice doll, and this comment was not an exaggeration. Anyone who saw Su Yin would have the same first impression. Her coldness would only melt in front of Yang Kai. It became as hot as fire, hot enough to burn the hardest rock in the world. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the world as the ice phoenix phantom raised its head and cried out in response. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently gazed at it, just like how he gazed at Su Yin. He sent the most sincere invitation to the ice phoenix phantom. The ice phoenix phantom stared at him as if it had its own life and wisdom. It looked into Yang Kai's heart and saw the beautiful figure that occupied Yang Kai's heart, understanding how important she was to Yang Kai. The ice phoenix responded. Its luxurious body collapsed like a collapsing mountain, like a tsunami, fiercely rolling towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing the cold energy to rush into his body. The surface of his sturdy body instantly condensed a layer of ice, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out. The huge amount of cold energy poured in, seemingly wanting to freeze him in an instant. The hot Saint Chi in his body involuntarily rioted, trying to resist the invading cold energy. Yang Kai quickly suppressed it and withdrew all his Saint Chi back to the Dantian. His teeth chattered and his whole body turned purple. In just a moment, Yang Kai was frostbitten. The huge amount of cold energy continued to pour in, and after a long time, all the remaining cold energy in the world disappeared. Yang Kai's tense and trembling body suddenly relaxed at this moment, and the unbearable cold he had been feeling also disappeared. There seemed to be something inside his body that was swimming around the surface of his skin, giving him a refreshing feeling that refreshed his spirit. Unbuttoning his clothes, Yang Kai looked down and saw a dragon and phoenix pattern chasing each other in harmony. Inside these two patterns, there was enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and seemed a little surprised. He had only come here to give it a try and had not really thought he would succeed, but the result had exceeded his expectations. The Phoenix Empress' final inheritance had really responded to his invitation and entered his body. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura of the Phoenix Empress. She used his body as a shelter and stayed there for the time being. It was a foreign object, so although it contained a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai could not use it. All he could do was temporarily store it for Su Yin. After carefully confirming that the Ice Phoenix pattern would not have any adverse effects on him, Yang Kai got up with satisfaction and strode out of the phoenix nest. The sun shone down and the phoenix nest was unsealed. The world of ice and snow, which had existed for thousands of years, finally began to melt today. Going to Dragon Phoenix Palace and telling Qinzhou about the phoenix nest, Yang Kai said goodbye to him, summoned his star shuttle, and flew back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. When he returned to the Holy Land, Su Hui and the others had already returned. Until today, the entire Holy Land was still full of jubilation and excitement. Yang Kai gathered his friends and family and told them about his trip to Starfield. To Yang Kai's surprise, after hearing this news, they didn't seem to have much of a reaction, as if they had already known. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and knew that she had told them about this in advance, so they were mentally prepared. "Have you decided?" Meng Wuya asked leisurely. Yang Kai nodded gently. "Since you've decided, there's no need to say anything more. Be careful, you don't need to worry about this place. This old master will look after it for you." Meng Wuya gently nodded. "Many thanks, Treasurer Meng." Yang Kai nodded sincerely. With these words from Meng Wuya, even if he had to leave, he could rest assured. Now that Nine Heaven's Holy Land was on the right track, it didn't matter whether he was the Holy Master or not. The only thing Yang Kai couldn't let go of was his friends and family who lived in the former site of War Spirit Temple, but as long as Meng Wuya was here, they would never be bullied. "You go explore the path first. Maybe one day this old master will also go and take a look. When that time comes, I'll definitely come find you." Meng Wuya smiled. "I'll be waiting." A sobbing sound came from the side as Dong Suju's eyes became red and swollen as she looked towards Yang Kai pleadingly, as if she didn't want him to leave. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai had left the central capital and never returned, never to be heard from again. It wasn't until recently that the family reunited again. But Dong Suju hadn't even had time to have a good chat with her son before Yang Kai had to embark on a new journey to the vast star field. How could she be willing? Fourth Master Yang, who was a man of iron, also had tears in his eyes, his expression filled with reluctance. Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt and was about to open his mouth to comfort his son when Fourth Master Yang quickly said, "Go. Father supports you and believes in you." Yang Kai's body trembled as he nodded heavily. With the words of Fourth Master Yang, Yang Kai also felt relieved. He could put down all his psychological burdens and do what he wanted to do. "Before you go, you should have a good chat with Ning Cheng." Meng Wuya sighed slightly. "She's been cooped up in her room for the past half a month." "I know." At night, the moon shone brightly like the stars in the sky. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai slowly walked over just as Enlinger was coming out. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help gawking for a moment before immediately turning towards one of the rooms and giggling before quickly leaving, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before straightening his clothes and walking towards Xia Ningcheng's room. Outside the door, Du Wan and the other 4 grandmasters were gathered together, each of them trying their best to persuade the other grandmasters, each of them trying their best to convince the other grandmasters. There was no movement inside the room. "Good evening, grandmasters." Yang Kai coughed dryly to attract their attention. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes shot towards Yang Kai, all of them looking at him with disdain. "You little brat." Chang Bao's fat jiggled as he took advantage of his seniority to reprimand Yang Kai. "You really don't know how lucky you are. What kind of character is Lady Xia? You should be grateful that she took a liking to you. Yet you actually dared to make her sad. You really make this old master angry." Chapter 980. Outside Xia Ningcheng's room, the fat man Chang Bao was scolding Yang Kai, spittle flying everywhere. "Lady Xia hasn't taken a single step out of her room for half a month, nor has she performed any alchemy. You really are a sinner." Hong Fong also scolded him without any trace of politeness. "Kong Rua," you coldly snorted. "As a man, you should make your woman feel safe and reliable, not make her sad. You're not bad enough to be the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, but you're far from being a good husband." Even Du Wan, who had the best relationship with Yang Kai, hurriedly said, "Quickly find a way to coax her, don't make her too sad." At this moment, the 5 grandmasters all seemed to be standing on Xia Ningcheng's side, trying their best to protect her while simultaneously pointing their spears at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. He hadn't expected that the relationship between his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters had reached such a level. He still remembered when the 5 grandmasters first came to the Holy Land, all of them shamelessly wanting to stay and watch him perform alchemy, hoping to learn from him. During that time, he had won the respect of the 5 grandmasters. But now, in the eyes of the 5 grandmasters, Xia Ningcheng's status was far higher than his. "Ah!" Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could defend himself, he was interrupted by Hong Fong. Hong Fong squinted at him and said with displeasure, "Little brat, I heard you insisted on going to Star Field this time to pursue a woman? What kind of woman can compare to Lady Xia? Lady Xia is already the best girl in the world. Don't just eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. Lady Xia is kind, gentle, considerate, pure, and innocent. I really don't understand why she would fall for a little bastard like you." Another round of scolding. Yang Kai was left speechless. "Lady Xia, don't be sad." Kong Rua Yu suddenly shouted into the room. "It's fine if you don't want such a half-hearted man. Another day, this old one will introduce you to someone. Although that person can't compare to Yang Kai, he can be considered a dragon among men." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he said, "Old Kong, if you don't want anything to happen to that person, it's best not to let him come to the Holy Land." Kong Rua Yu glared. "What? If you're allowed to be half-hearted, why can't you let Miss Xia choose?" "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai found it difficult to explain himself. He really didn't know why these 5 masters were so bored that they would interfere in the love between a man and a woman. Creak! The door opened. In the darkness, Xia Ningcheng appeared in front of everyone. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, without a trace of impurity. However, everyone was sensitive enough to notice that her eyes were a little red and swollen. "Don't speak ill of junior brother." Xia Ningcheng's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she faintly glanced at Yang Kai and bit her lip. "And the person junior brother is looking for is senior sister Su Yan. Senior sister is very good." "Hey, great aunt, you've finally come out," Chang Bao shouted, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he asked Xia Ningcheng about her well-being. "Junior brother, come in and talk." Xia Ningcheng pulled Yang Kai into the room. Yang Kai turned around and squeezed out a smile towards the 5 grandmasters. "Grandmasters, you should also rest early." Not waiting for them to answer, he quickly closed the door behind him. "This smelly brat." Hong Fong touched his nose and couldn't help smiling. "Good. Since Yang Kai is here, there shouldn't be any problems." Du Wan smiled. "Everyone should go back and rest." The Grandmasters were all experienced people and naturally understood the bitterness in Xiaoning Cheng's heart. Just now, she had mercilessly reprimanded Yang Kai in order to arouse Xiaoning Cheng's sympathy and force her to come out. Young people, if they had any problems, they could just open up and discuss them. Inside the room, after the Grandmasters had left, Yang Kai looked towards Xiaoning Cheng apologetically. "I'm going to look for Su Yin. I was going to tell you when I came back," he said. "I know." Xiaoning Cheng gently nodded. "I won't stop you. I'm just a little reluctant to part with her." Saying so, her eyes filled with tears again, and she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms, burying her head in his chest. As her tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, Xiaoning Cheng's voice came out. "You don't have to worry about this place. You must find Su Yin and bring her back." And Yang Kai nodded heavily as he pulled his beautiful woman into his arms. The two of them tightly pressed against each other. Feeling the softness and heat of her body, Yang Kai surprisingly didn't feel any ripples in his heart, only a strong sense of reluctance and guilt. Xiaoning Cheng seemed to see through his concerns and softly said, "You don't have to feel guilty, because I know that if Master takes me to Starfield, you will also come to find me, right?" "Yes." Yang Kai hugged her tightly, feeling gratified by his little senior sister's understanding. "And I also believe that you will be able to find her." Xiaoning Cheng suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. "Why?" "Because you've already found us once," Xiaoning Cheng said with a look of deep conviction. "This time, you definitely won't fail. If two people are destined to be together, then no matter how far apart they are, no matter how much time has passed, there will always be a time when they will be together. That was what I thought in the past, and that was what I believed. Then, when I was at my most isolated and fated moment, you—" As she spoke, Xiaoning Cheng's voice became softer, as if she had reached an embarrassing point and found it hard to continue. "What about me?" Kai Yang stared at her intently, the corners of his mouth forming a strange smile. Xiaoning Cheng's face was full of embarrassment, her eyes drifting as her small hands grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. "You appeared like a hero." As soon as she said this, her little senior sister's cheeks flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out, and her tender body became even hotter. She was not the kind of person who could let go, nor was she the kind of person who could reveal all the words in her heart. Revealing her true feelings like this was already her limit. She suddenly recalled that year in the Ninein Mountain Valley. In order to obtain the 9 yuan condensing dew, she and Yang Kai had gone together, but they had been ambushed. In that one-person mountain wall, when she was in extreme danger, Yang Kai stood in front of her and fought bravely. At that time, that figure was not as heroic as it was now, and even seemed a little weak, but it stood tall like a mountain, shielding her from all the wind, rain, and danger. It was at that time that that figure quietly broke into her heart, took root and sprouted in a young girl's heart, and tugged at her heartstrings. Every time she thought of that scene, Xiaoning Cheng's heart felt as if it was filled with honey, warm and sweet. After being separated from Yang Kai for more than 10 years, she had followed her master everywhere and had seen countless dragons among men. Among them, there was no lack of young heirs of large sects and clans who openly expressed their love for her. But she had always been the same, and her heart had never wavered for any man. She had always been waiting. Finally, her wish came true. When her master was trapped, she could not find a way out, and she was in despair and helplessness. That figure once again appeared in front of her, pushing away the dark clouds that had covered all her hope and letting her see the endless light of dawn. At that moment, she felt that even if she died immediately, it would be worth it. No one could understand the excitement and joy in her heart at that time. Now, he was going to leave, and all she needed to do was wait. Wait in happiness and expectation. She felt that she did not lack patience. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the seas turned into mulberry fields, she would still wait. As her body became light, Xiaoning Cheng could not help but cry out. When she reacted, she found that she had been carried by Yang Kai. His arms were strong and powerful, and his arms made her feel comfortable, like the most peaceful harbor. She could not help but relax, and all her fatigue disappeared. Junior brother, what are you doing? Xianing Cheng's voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. She found that Kai Yang had a meaningful smile on his face as he gazed at her affectionately. Step by step, he led her towards the direction of the bed. Under that tender gaze, Xianing Cheng felt like she was melting snow at the beginning of spring. About to melt, she vaguely realized something, and her heart beat violently, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body surged with an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Kai was still smiling strangely, soundless and mysterious. That smile made Xianing Cheng involuntarily close her beautiful eyes, bite her red lips, and turn her head, not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes. As her body became light, Xianing Cheng found herself lying on the bed. Outside the window, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated her body. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, staring at this beautiful scene in a daze, his big hand gently stroking his little senior sister's hair. Little senior sister, do you remember when we were in High Heaven Pavilion? One night, when I came back from a trip, I found you sleeping on my bed? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Xianing Cheng slowly opened her eyes and whispered, that was a long time ago. I don't remember. How could she not remember? It was just too embarrassing, so she didn't dare admit it. That day, she had brought a message to Yang Kai. At that time, the two of them weren't familiar with each other and hadn't exchanged many words. As a result, she had been waiting in the wooden house, but Yang Kai hadn't come back. As she waited, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found Yang Kai standing on the edge of the bed, looking at her with an infatuated gaze. Xianing Cheng didn't know when he came back, but she still clearly remembered that at that time, Yang Kai's gaze didn't have the slightest obscenity, only amazement. He didn't seem to have the heart to wake her up. At that time, it was almost exactly the same as it is now. Yang Kai's voice was gentle and his gaze was infatuated. The moonlight poured down on your body, and the sapphire on your forehead reflected a dense light. At that time, Junior Brother was amazed by you, and at that time, Junior Brother was very envious. He didn't know who would be lucky enough to have you in the future, but he didn't know that the lucky person would actually be me. The sincere and tender words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the defenses of little senior sister's body and mind, causing her to lose her way in these sweet words. She couldn't see the exit, and there was only a huge energy called happiness flowing around her. Her eyes blurred, her delicate earlobes became dark red, and her pink neck glowed with a strange red light. Her heart beat rapidly and powerfully, and her body surged with bursts of heat. She looked at Yang Kai with an expectant gaze, and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She fell in an instant. Chapter 981. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Xianing Cheng was in a daze. Yang Kai didn't make a move on her, but those words full of tenderness and sweetness made her let go of the defenses of her body and mind. Her whole body was like floating in the clouds, floating up and down with the wind. Her delicate body unconsciously twisted, and a suppressed moan came from her throat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her eyes were unfocused. Her pretty face was filled with great satisfaction. Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her eyes, her small nose. His movements were very careful, as if he was treating the most exquisite piece of art. He didn't make any excessive movements. She turned her head, and her small and delicate earlobes were as red as blood. She whispered in a trembling voice, "Junior Brother, before you leave, remember my appearance, okay?" Yang Kai was startled, and then gently nodded. It had been more than 10 years since he met Xianing Cheng, but he had never seen his little senior sister's true appearance. No matter when or where, his little senior sister always covered her face with a thin veil, so that no one could see her true appearance. At the beginning, Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of appearance she had, but as time passed, Yang Kai didn't care. Whether her appearance was devastatingly beautiful or not, his little senior sister would always be his little senior sister, and no one could replace her. She had the purest pair of beautiful eyes in the world, and that was enough. Unexpectedly, before they left, Xianing Cheng took the initiative to ask, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Saying that, Xianing Cheng took the initiative to remove the veil covering her face. A cool breeze blew through the window, blowing the veil to the other side of the bed. Xianing Cheng closed her eyes and nervously straightened her head, so that her face was exposed to Yang Kai's gaze. Yang Kai carefully looked at her, and his body suddenly shook, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even though he was mentally prepared, the moment he saw Xianing Cheng's face, he couldn't help but lose his composure. The little senior sister's appearance wasn't the most beautiful that Yang Kai had ever seen. Whether it was Su Yin or Shanqing Luo, they were all comparable, but she had her own unique temperament. Just like Su Yan's coldness and Shanqing Luo's seductive charm, the little senior sister had a pure and holy temperament. It was as if the 20-odd years of life had not left a single trace on her. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and delicate lips. Her face was completely red without any makeup, and her skin was as tender and white as snow. She was no different from most beauties. Every part of her body was exquisite and flawless. However, when these delicate and flawless body parts were put together, an unexpected change occurred. Her holy and innocent temperament intertwined, making Yang Kai feel that she was awe-inspiring and inviolable, but also ignorant of worldly affairs. Kai Yang had traveled far and wide for so many years and had seen countless beautiful women, but he had never met a woman like Xianing Cheng, who gave him such a strong visual impact. The moment he saw her face, Yang Kai's heart surged with an irrepressible impulse. He wished he could hug Xianing Cheng tightly, rub her into his body, take her with him, and never let her leave him. With this thought, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. He wasn't a person without self-control. On the contrary, he was a man who could restrain himself and restrain his actions. He was a man with considerable self-control. He still had that thought. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of reaction other men would have if they saw Xianing Cheng's face. Master told me a long time ago not to easily reveal my face, so I've been wearing a veil these past few years. Xianing Cheng softly explained. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she seemed to be ashamed and her cheeks flushed red. Treasurer Ming is right. Yang Kai nodded heavily. While fiddling with Xianing Cheng's hair and leaning half of his body on top of her, he softly said, I think most men will have two thoughts when they see you. What two thoughts? Xianing Cheng was extremely shy, but she couldn't restrain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask, to protect or to violate? Protecting her naive innocence and violating her awe-inspiring holiness would give every man a great sense of accomplishment. The combination of conflicting thoughts would bring Xianing Cheng a lot of unnecessary trouble. What about you, junior brother? Xianing Cheng suddenly mustered up her courage and looked directly at Yang Kai, asking her sweetheart's true thoughts. She cared a lot about it. She didn't care about other people's thoughts, but she wanted to hear Yang Kai's. Me? Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Junior brother is also a part of the majority of men. As he spoke, he leaned down and kissed his senior sister's red lips. Oh! Xianing Cheng's delicate body suddenly tensed up, her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, as if she had been attacked by a soul that could destroy her mind. In an instant, she lost the initiative of her body, unable to move or speak. But she was enveloped in great happiness and satisfaction. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating moment that she had been looking forward to for a long time, her heart beating violently like a war drum. Yang Kai gently kissed her, his big hand reaching into his senior sister's dress and covering her plump chest, gently playing with and kneading the delicate jade beads in his palm, feeling the amazing elasticity and fiery heat coming from them. The senior sister's breathing became heavier, and she felt a slight tingling pain on her chest. It was the thick calluses on Yang Kai's hands rubbing against her tender skin. The slight tingling not only didn't make her feel any discomfort, but instead stimulated her nerves and soul, making her feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but wish that time would stop at this moment and never flow. Chila. Her clothes were unbuttoned, and Xianing Cheng's tender body trembled slightly. How many times had she slept beside Yang Kai and Su Yin? So she had long been aware of these shameful things. The moment her clothes were unbuttoned, she knew what would happen to her. Her clothes were disheveled, and her breathing was rapid. Under the moonlight, The senior sister's delicate body glowed with a beautiful luster like porcelain. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to act, carefully examining her, imprinting everything into his mind and engraving it in the depths of his soul. He continued to kiss and caress Yan Ningcheng's heartstrings. He wanted to leave the most perfect and unforgettable night for his senior sister. With his departure imminent, this was the only thing he could do, so he didn't want to leave any regrets. The sheets gradually became wet. Little senior sister no longer had the ability to think independently. Her mouth unconsciously murmured, and her delicate body twisted, making a strange sound. The skin all over her body glowed with a strange red light. Yang Kai mounted his horse, raised his spear, and began to charge. His movements were gentle and soft. The entire Holy Master Court seemed to be shrouded in spring, making the withered trees come back to life and flowers bloom. Outside the Holy Master Court, a beautiful figure stood quietly, her beautiful eyes staring forward with a complicated expression. Another beautiful figure slowly walked over, and Ling carrying a lantern approached her without her noticing. It wasn't until Ling lightly coughed that she suddenly woke up, her tender body trembling like a frightened rabbit, and her face immediately flushed red. "Lady Qiu, why aren't you resting so late?" Ling looked at Qiu Yiming suspiciously, not knowing why she was standing here. "I'm going to rest." Qiu Yiming glanced in the direction of the Holy Master Court and hurriedly replied, "Are you looking for the Holy Master for something?" Ling saw some clues and smiled understandingly. "If you have something to say to him, just go in. You're not an outsider. He shouldn't be resting yet." No. Qiu Yiming quickly waved her hands. I have nothing to say to him. I just came to see the stars." "See the stars?" Ling looked up at the sky and chuckled. "The moon is bright tonight. There don't seem to be many stars." Qiu Yiming suddenly blushed. "The Holy Master will probably leave tomorrow, and we don't know when he will return. If we miss this opportunity tonight, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. What do you think, Lady Qiu?" Ling seemed to understand Qiu Yiming's thoughts and couldn't help persuading her. "I really didn't come here to see him." Qiu Yiming looked embarrassed. Ling continued to smile meaningfully and was about to say something when she suddenly heard a strange sound, causing her brow to wrinkle as she listened carefully. Qiu Yiming also noticed and immediately sat up, her ears perked up. A moment later, the two women's faces turned red as they glanced at each other, both feeling very embarrassed. "Ahem." Ling lightly coughed. "Since there's nothing to do, I'll accompany Lady Qiu to see the stars." She was too embarrassed to return to the Holy Master Court, so she sat down and pretended to look up at the sky. Qiu Yiming nodded and sat down next to her. The two of them didn't say a word, but their hearts were beating violently. Not far away, strange sounds poured into their ears like demonic sounds, making their bodies uncomfortable. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and their delicate bodies tensed up. "Haha, the sky's pretty good," Linger said. Qiu Yiming gently nodded and agreed absent-mindedly. The sounds and movements on the other side seemed to be getting louder. The two women felt a warm current rolling in their lower abdomens. When the night wind blew, the area between their legs was unexpectedly cold and uncomfortable. It was a patch of mud. That cold feeling made them feel even more sensitive. "I really couldn't tell," Linger said with a speechless expression. "Couldn't tell what?" Qiu Yiming turned and asked. "Such a quiet girl. How come she's so crazy now? Haha." Qiu Yiming didn't know what to say. "Aren't you going in?" Linger bit her red lips and suddenly said, "Now is a good time to go in. You don't have to say anything." "Ah." Qiu Yiming was startled and blushed with embarrassment. "How could I? What's there to be embarrassed about? If I were you, I would rush in now and teach him a lesson." Linger urged, wanting to see the world burn. "No." Qiu Yiming waved her hands. "I can't do such a thing." Chapter 982. Doing so would be akin to a beggar begging for the love of others. Qiu Yiming couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. "Don't be afraid. I support you. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance." Linger continued to entice her. Qiu Yiming seemed to be moved by her words. But after thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly shook her head and stood up. Wait for him to come back. The next time he comes back, I won't let him go again. Good night, sisterin. I'll go back to rest first. Hey, don't go. I'll be alone. Enling raised her hand and called out. But Xiao Yimeng soon disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong walked out of the Holy Master Court together. Outside the Holy Master Court, there was a dense crowd of people, including the leaders of the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty, the Yang family brothers and elders, the Holy Land elders, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan, 20 to 30 Saint Great alchemists, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, and Zhai Yao. All of them seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to appear. Seeing him come out, all of them cast meaningful glances towards him. Xianing Chong blushed and couldn't help shrinking behind Yang Kai, her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Anyone could see that Xianing Chong was radiant at this moment, even more beautiful than before, as if she had been nourished by something. All of them were experienced, so they were well aware of this. Yang Kai laughed and cupped his fists. How come everyone is here? To see you off. Li Lao stepped forward. You're leaving today, right? Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks to all of you. There's no need to say too much. Be careful on the road. If things go south, return as soon as possible. Li Lao said concisely. I'll keep that in mind, Yang Kai replied seriously. The fourth Master Yang and his wife also came up. Dong Suju had a look of reluctance on his face as he repeatedly reminded Yang Kai. Brat, you must come back safely. Ning Chong, more than anyone, doesn't want anything to happen to you. Meng Wuya lowered his voice and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. I know, Yang Kai promised with a serious face. I won't make little senior sister sad. I hope you can do it. Meng Wuya took a deep breath. Saying goodbye to familiar people one after another and listening to their concern for him, Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. After exchanging a few more words with the elders of the Holy Land and bidding farewell to Li Rong and the others, Yang Kai arranged everything before kissing his little senior sister's forehead and whispering vows of undying love into her ear before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. He embarked on a new journey. Everyone waved goodbye to him in front of the Holy Master Court. After Yang Kai's figure gradually disappeared, Elder Yu Ying sighed faintly. Ling don't cry. The Holy Master will definitely come back. Who's crying? And Ling was confused. Then why are your eyes so red? Yu Ying chuckled, thinking she was too embarrassed to admit it. My eyes are red because... And Ling opened her mouth, but recalling what happened last night, she couldn't bring herself to continue. Glancing at the veiled, tearful Xia Ling and Ling couldn't help admiring her. Last night, she had stood outside the Holy Master Court and stared at the stars. The spirit and physical strength of those two were simply too abundant. What was even rarer was that this Xia Ling was still glowing so early in the morning. And Ling couldn't figure out why this was. Yang Kai left. A few days later, the ancient demon clan also left Nine Heavens Holy Land under the leadership of Li Rong and the other great commanders, heading towards the demon land in accordance with their previous agreement with Zhang Yuan. The old demon also accompanied them. After all, he was also a member of the demon race, so only in the demon land would he have the best cultivation environment. Moreover, with his special circumstances, it wouldn't take him more than 10 or 20 years to reach the Third Order Saint Realm and become the next demon general of the demon land. The Hu sisters also left the former site of War Spirit Temple and went to Twin Spirit Pavilion to cultivate. Meng Wuya remained in Nine Heavens Holy Land, guarding the Nine Heavens. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty took advantage of the materials and resources sent over from Nine Heavens Holy Land to develop themselves. Nearly 30 Saint Great alchemists now regarded Nine Heavens Holy Land as the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, none of them willing to leave because Li Lao had informed them that he and his disciple would settle down here in the future and would no longer wander the world. Li Lao also became the chief alchemist of Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Li Lao and Xianing Chong here, how could these Saint Great alchemists be willing to leave? All of them found excuses and reasons to stay here. In an instant, Nine Heavens Holy Land became the most powerful force in the entire Tongxian realm, eclipsing all other sects and families. Everything was flourishing. Star Field was vast and boundless. Inside the cold and dark territory of the star field, Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle and continued to move forward. He had come to Star Field from the entrance of Ice Sect because Ice Master Chinya had brought Su Yin into the territory from there, so Yang Kai hoped to find some clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He didn't know where to go, nor did he know where to find other life forms. The only thing he was certain of was that in this dark and cold star field, there were indeed other life forms. This was how the Bone Race had set foot on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai hoped that one day he would be able to find some traces of life. His star shuttle bloomed with a blue light and flashed through the vast star field, creating a thin light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai, preventing the star field from eroding his body. Without his star shuttle, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to travel too far in the star field, and he would have had to constantly consume his own strength to resist the huge pressure of the star field. Compared to this, the amount of energy required to control his star shuttle was undoubtedly much smaller. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been drifting in the star field, but his first order Saint Realm cultivation had been completely stabilized, and he had even been cultivating on his star shuttle for some time. However, he hadn't found anything special. Yang Kai's experience was similar to great demon gods when he first explored the star field. He had broken through the star field storms and set foot in an asteroid sea. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of life left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling confused. He didn't know what kind of end would await him if he continued to explore like this. Perhaps he would forever be lost in this star territory, growing old and dying alone. However, he wasn't ready to give up, because Su Yin was still somewhere in this star territory. One day, when he had nothing to do, Yang Kai took out the demon mystic tome and let his star shuttle fly as he quietly examined it. Since obtaining this demon mystic tome, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai also knew that his current achievements were inseparable from this demon mystic tome. From this demon mystic tome, he had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, the demon eye of annihilation, and the inheritance of Great Demon God. Before Great Demon God died, he seemed to have arranged a life path for Yang Kai. But today, Yang Kai had finally embarked on the same goal as Great Demon God in his later years, exploring the star field. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai had jumped out of Great Demon God's original arrangement. Yang Kai believed that in the near future, he would surpass Great Demon God and achieve what he had failed to do in the past, surpassing his master. While contemplating, Yang Kai suddenly froze and frowned as he stared at the demon mystic tome in his hand. He found that from all directions, wisps of light from the stars had turned into streams of energy and were pouring into the demon mystic tome. At the same time, the divine tree, which had been placed inside the demon mystic tome, suddenly sent a message. Yang Kai listened carefully and nodded in response, "I'll come in right away." Saying so, his soul avatar suddenly transformed into the demon race mystic tome and carefully examined the source of the light from the stars. It turned out to be the two pitch-black round stones. These two strange pitch-black round stones had caused Yang Kai too many doubts. Even now, he still didn't know what these two stones could be used for. They had absorbed the essence of a large number of ores, and on the surface of the round stones appeared lines similar to the meridians of a human body. There seemed to be a rhythmic movement coming from them. It was as if they had a life of their own. At this moment, the energy pouring in from the star field was being absorbed by these two pitch-black round stones. After absorbing the power of the stars, the lines on their surface became more and more condensed, and the movement coming from them gradually increased. "I feel like they have a life of their own," the divine tree suddenly said. The divine tree suddenly sent out a message. It had been inside the demon mystic tome for a long time and had spent a lot of time observing these two pitch-black round stones, so it was much more familiar with them than Yang Kai. "The feeling they give me is very similar to this shimmering moon grass." "You mean, they also count as world spirit objects?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Who knows? Why don't you cut them open and take a look?" The divine tree suggested. "I don't think so. If they really are world spirit objects, cutting them open would be too wasteful." Yang Kai shook his head. "They are already very different from before. Continue to monitor them and tell me immediately if there is anything wrong." "I know." the divine tree responded. No matter what they were, Yang Kai believed that as long as he waited patiently, he would be able to figure out the truth one day. Not in a hurry to take back the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai simply left it outside and allowed the power of the stars to pour into the two pitch-black round stones. Yang Kai continued forward. Not far ahead, there was another energy storm that engulfed a large area. Yang Kai frowned and reluctantly circulated his Saint Chi, preparing to break through the danger ahead. Since he stepped into the star field, this kind of situation had become a common occurrence. Unlike when he first broke through to the transcendent realm, when he had to break through to the star field, Yang Kai was now able to ignore the disturbances of the star field's energy storms with his current cultivation and physical strength. As the storm hit, Yang Kai leisurely rode his star shuttle through it, his expression calm. Countless large and small meteorites were swept up in the storm, increasing its power. Yang Kai's eyes were suddenly attracted by one of the meteorites, and his figure flickered as he stepped onto it. After carefully examining it for a while, his body shook violently as he revealed an extremely excited look. Chapter 983. Standing on the meteorite, Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement as he looked around. There were traces left behind by living creatures everywhere. There were actually traces left behind by living creatures on this meteorite. Yang Kai was so excited that he had almost begun to feel confused, not knowing where to go. But at this most critical moment, he had found a piece of information that lifted his spirits. His eyes suddenly became firm, no longer filled with confusion as he began to carefully investigate these traces. The meteorite Yang Kai was standing on was almost the size of a small hill, and there were many other meteorites of different sizes scattered around it, forming a sea of meteorites. Under the influence of the star field storm, these meteorites were shuttling back and forth endlessly through the star field. There were many potholes on this huge meteorite, none of which were naturally formed. Instead, they seemed to have been left behind by a series of energy collisions. There were also some neat cuts that seemed to have been made by swords. Someone fought here. Yang Kai understood. Inferring from these traces, the time of the battle was not too long ago, maybe a dozen days ago, maybe a month or two ago, at most no more than 3 months ago. Otherwise, these traces would have already been smoothed out by the violent storm in the star field. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scene of the battle, but what surprised him the most was that the strength of the people who fought here did not seem to be too high. This gave him a sense of reassurance. As a newcomer, he was also afraid that he would encounter a master who was too strong. Looking past the oncoming storm in the star field, Yang Kai looked deeper into the star field before immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying off in the opposite direction of the storm in the star field. The storm in the star field had come from that direction, which meant that the creatures who fought on the meteorite at that time might still be in that direction. Although the probability was small, it was worth a try. Yang Kai flew at full speed, releasing his divine sense to the maximum extent, not missing any meteorite that passed by him. From these meteorites, he really found some clues, all of which indicated that he was getting closer and closer to the creatures he was tracking. Yang Kai pushed his star shuttle even harder. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he passed through the dark and cold star field, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared blankly ahead. In front of him, in the vast star field, another vast and boundless territory appeared before his eyes. Starfield was beautiful. Countless stars flickered with a moving luster, radiating vitality. He seemed to have arrived at the other end of Starfield. The beauty on this side and the deathly stillness on the other side were in stark contrast. Numerous large and small stars had been born in this territory since ancient times. They flew and rotated around a certain position in a special pattern. Colorful lights illuminated the entire star territory. Some of the stars were burning like fire, exuding a scorching heat. Yang Kai had no doubt that the power contained within those stars was enough to make any living being shrink back, unable to even approach them. Anyone who got close to it would be melted. This scorching power poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel extremely comfortable and comfortable. This was the power of the Yang attribute. There were also some stars that were extremely cold, like huge balls of ice. The surrounding cold air covered these frozen stars, causing the surface of these stars to be covered in an icy aura visible to the naked eye. This aura seemed to be able to freeze the entire universe. There were also some stars that were completely green, very different from the other stars. They were not round, but rather umbrella-shaped. They looked like huge trees, exuding a rich wood attribute aura. They were like huge trees, standing proudly in the middle of Star Field. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, unable to take it all in. He finally saw the splendor of this star territory with his own eyes. The huge amounts of energy emitted from the various stars gathered here, causing the world energy aura in this territory to be extremely rich. Any blessed land or holy land on Tongxian realm would be insignificant compared to this. Cultivating here for a year could even be compared to cultivating in other places by several times or dozens of times. Yang Kai's pores opened involuntarily as he closed his eyes and greedily absorbed the world energy around him, his physique wriggling as his expression filled with joy. He even thought about entering retreat here for a while. Although he knew that this idea was somewhat unrealistic, he was reluctant to give up on the rich world energy here. Just as he was hesitating, though, the divine sense he released suddenly detected signs of a life form intruding. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes, looking in that direction in surprise. He had discovered the other party, but the other party seemed to have discovered him as well, because the moment he withdrew his divine sense, two other divine senses that were not inferior to his own also spread out. Two people, and their strength wasn't too high, only second or third order saints. In the end, this was star territory. Two people he had casually encountered were all saints. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but the other party's cultivation also made him feel relieved, because even if these two people wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be powerless to fight back. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the location of the two people. Encountering these two people was not easy, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to inquire about their whereabouts. It would be best if he could find out where the other party was gathering. Contrary to his expectations, when he approached the two people, they seemed to be flying towards him at high speed as well. This discovery made Yang Kai somewhat vigilant. With their cultivation, they should have already noticed his strength, so if they had malicious intentions, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why they would act like this. Kai Yang didn't shrink back, but he still maintained his vigilance as he approached, because he urgently needed a beacon to guide him in the right direction. A moment later, a blue light appeared in front of him, one that was very similar to his star shuttle. Yang Kai came to a stop, and the blue light also stopped not far in front of him. In the next moment, two pairs of bright and beautiful eyes turned towards him. Yang Kai discovered that the two people who had just entered the range of his divine sense were actually two women. Both of them wore white robes and had elegant temperaments. Their looks were also quite good, their figures were graceful, and both of them had the same sword-shaped symbol engraved on their chests, so they should be from the same force. The two of them were standing on the same star shuttle. Yang Kai observed them for a while and nodded secretly, realizing that what the bone race leader Kaluo had said was true. In star territory, star shuttles weren't rare. After all, they were artifacts used to travel, so they were quite common. However, the other party's star shuttle was obviously of a higher grade than his own, whether it was the materials used to refine it or the energy fluctuations coming from it. Star shuttles should also have different grades. Yang Kai secretly guessed, at the same time putting on a harmless look, nodding lightly to the two women and greeting them, "Hello." The woman standing in front gently nodded, her pretty face staring at Yang Kai with some vigilance, but Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than hers, so she didn't show any signs of panic. On the other hand, the younger woman standing behind her swept her beautiful eyes curiously towards Yang Kai, appearing somewhat unscrupulous and mischievous. "Elder sister, is he from that side?" The little beauty asked softly. "Why do I feel like I've never seen him before?" "His cultivation is too low, so he shouldn't be." The big beauty standing in front slowly shook her head, "But you should still be careful." The little beauty nodded firmly. "Hello." The two exchanged a few simple words before the big beauty standing in front gently opened her mouth. "It's like this, we don't have any malicious intentions, we just want to ask you for a favor, so please don't be too nervous." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, I'm not nervous. It just so happens I also want to ask you for a favor. You also want us to help? The big beauty's brow furrowed. And Yongkai smiled slightly. Since we all have our own needs, how about we help each other? Of course, it should be within the scope of our respective abilities. Don't force others. Yongkai was really afraid of owing others a favor, so the other party's words were exactly what he wanted. When the big beauty heard this, she turned her head and discussed with the little beauty standing behind her in a low voice. After a moment, she said, "Okay, you first. What do you want me to help with?" Yongkai took the initiative to speak, clearly in a good mood. "Can you let us make a copy of your star?" The big beauty asked. "Star?" Yongkai was startled. "What star? What else could a star be?" The big beauty's brow also wrinkled, feeling that Yongkai's words were a bit inexplicable. "You don't have a star?" Yongkai shook his head. "Who are you trying to fool?" The little beauty standing behind the star shuttle shouted. "If you don't have a star, how could you come here? Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're women." She shouted angrily, waving her fists at Yongkai as she spoke, as if she was certain that Yongkai was deceiving them. "I didn't bully you." Yongkai was surprised. "You don't have the ability. Be careful I don't beat you up and snatch your star. You don't know what's good for you." The little beauty snorted. "He meow." The big beauty called out. The little beauty curled her lips and said, "Elder sister, he looks like a decent person, but why is his mouth full of lies? Maybe he's from that side and came here to delay us." Hearing what she said, a trace of vigilance appeared on the big beauty's face as she stared deeply at Yongkai and shouted, "I don't care if you're from that side or not. I only want your star now. I'll buy it. Is 10 low-rank St. Crystals enough?" Saying so, a bracelet on her wrist flashed and 10 crystal-clear St. Crystals appeared on her jade-white hand. "Elder sister, we don't have many St. Crystals left," the little beauty called out, her face filled with pain. The little beauty exclaimed, a pained look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Those 10 low-rank St. Crystals seemed to be a considerable amount of wealth to her. Yongkai's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with shock. It wasn't because the other party had taken out 10 St. Crystals, but rather because of the bracelet on the big beauty's wrist. If he wasn't mistaken, that bracelet should be a space artifact. Chapter 984. On Tongxian Realm, the most common space artifact was a universe back. Only the leaders of the ancient demon clan had space rings, and those were refined by great demon god using the leftover materials of the soul-suppressing stone, a mere 2 or 3 of them. The value of these 2 or 3 space rings was many times higher than that of a universe back. However, Yongkai found that the first person he met in the star territory had a bracelet-shaped space artifact. There was no doubt that the value of this bracelet-shaped space artifact was no less than the rings on the hands of the ancient demon clan's leaders, perhaps even higher. Could it be that in the vast star territory, this type of space artifact was as common as star shuttles? Yongkai quietly glanced at the little beauty's wrist and found that she wasn't wearing a bracelet, but there was a ring on her index finger that exuded the same energy fluctuations as the bracelet. Sure enough, she also had a space artifact that was more advanced than a universe back. However, what puzzled Yongkai was that the material of her space artifact wasn't soul-suppressing stone, but rather something else. "What are you looking at? Sneaking around like that is really hateful." Himiao saw Yongkai's eyes darting around and couldn't help but misunderstand, thinking he was up to no good, so she angrily called out to him, "My apologies." Yongkai's expression became serious as he slowly shook his head. "I really don't know what a star is, nor have I ever heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Even the big beauty showed a look of distrust, a trace of annoyance appearing on her pretty face. "Elder sister, don't talk nonsense with him. He must be from that side, delaying us here. Perhaps our whereabouts have already been exposed. Let's quickly grab his star and leave here. A first-order saint like him isn't our opponent." The big beauty's face showed a look of interest, but she didn't immediately take action, seemingly hesitating. She was obviously not an unreasonable person. "Wait." Yongkai raised his hand and shouted, "Shouldn't you explain to me what kind of star it is? I really haven't heard of it." Seeing the serious look on Yongkai's face, The big beauty couldn't help muttering in her heart. Although Yang Kai's words were too inexplicable, for a person to be able to lie to such an extent was truly incredible. She couldn't feel the slightest flaw in the other party's expression or divine sense fluctuations. "Where are you from?" The great beauty pondered for a moment before asking. "Can I not say?" Yang Kai was here alone. Yang Kai's sect star territory was here to find a way out of this star territory's territory and Su Yang realm. Compared with the vast star field, Tong Xian realm was too remote, and if it was exposed, it would likely attract the covetous attention of powerful masters. And Yang Kai realm's star Yang realm star-s. "I can only say that I came from a small place." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Low-level continent?" The big beauty raised her brow, seemingly somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Only people from lower realms didn't know what a star was. "You can say that." Kai Yang followed up with her words. "If it's convenient, can you let me see your star shuttle?" The big beauty asked. "What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai smiled, and under the control of his divine sense, the star shuttle under his feet turned into a blue light and flew directly towards her. Yang Kai stood midair. Although they had only known each other for a short time and hadn't spoken much to each other, Kai Yang felt that they shouldn't be unreasonable people. Otherwise, with their cultivations, if they didn't agree with each other, they would have already started a fight. There was no need for them to be so long-winded. The big beauty raised her hand and took the star shuttle, but the two sisters didn't observe Yang Kai's flight-type artifact and instead stared at him with wide eyes. Both pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Yang Kai looked at himself up and down but couldn't find anything special about him, so he couldn't understand why these two sisters were looking at him like he was a ghost. "Elder sister, this person doesn't have the protection of a star shuttle, nor is he summoning a defensive artifact. How can he withstand the pressure of the star field? Isn't he just a first-order saint?" Himiao whispered, her face filled with shock. "He's also not circulating his Saint Chi." The big beauty was also shocked. Is his physique really that strong? Could it be that he's concealing his cultivation and is actually a master above the Saint King realm? Himiao thought of a possibility, her pretty face immediately turning pale. "Unlikely," the two sisters whispered, their voices so low that Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but he couldn't help calling out, "Are you done yet?" The big beauty was startled for a moment before remembering that she was still holding onto Yang Kai's star shuttle. Quickly releasing her divine sense to investigate the inside of the star shuttle, she immediately turned to her younger sister and slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment filling her face. Returning the star shuttle to Yang Kai, the big beauty wore a strange look and asked, "How did you get here without a star shuttle?" "Drifting through the asteroid sea, I was searching for traces left behind by some creatures and unknowingly arrived here," Yang Kai explained. "You're quite bold." The big beauty couldn't help feeling some admiration. "And your luck is also quite good, actually arriving here with a damaged star shuttle." "A damaged star shuttle?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's quite easy to use. How is it damaged?" "You don't know about the existence of a star shuttle, so I can't explain it to you." The big beauty sighed faintly. "Good." Yang Kai didn't force the issue and simply chuckled. "But it seems you're satisfied. Although I didn't help much, now it's your turn to help me." The big beauty shook her head. "If you want us to show you a way out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. We can't help you." She seemed to understand what Yang Kai wanted her to help him with. Yang Kai's face sank. "Because we've been lost here for a long time," the big beauty said awkwardly. "That's why we asked you for a star shuttle." The little beauty Himiao interjected, "Only with the correct star shuttle would we have a chance to leave here. But the interior of your star shuttle is a complete mess. There's no star shuttle at all." "You're also lost?" Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. He had worked so hard to get here from Tongxian realm and had finally met two living people. Originally, he had thought his luck was quite good and had even intended to ask around for directions. But it turned out these two were no different from himself. However, listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai was able to summarize some useful information. A star shuttle was probably a map that could guide a cultivator through the star field, and the location of the star shuttle was definitely inside the star shuttle. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that when he was refining his star shuttle, He had indeed seen a vast star field inside it, as if it had been shrunk countless times and had been placed inside. Yes, we're also lost. Is it that funny? The big beauty saw Yang Kai's lips curl up slightly and became angry out of shame. Yang Kai quickly put on a serious expression and asked, "How did you get lost?" "The star shuttle in our star shuttle was damaged, so we couldn't find our way. This is a fatal threat to any cultivator flying through star territory. If the star shuttle had been damaged somewhere else, we might have been able to find our way back, but this place is different." "Why is this place different?" "Looking at your ignorant appearance, it seems you really don't know anything about star territory," the big beauty said impatiently and didn't intend to explain any further to Yang Kai, simply stretching out her jade-white finger and summoning a white ball of light which flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. "Take a look for yourself. There's some common sense in that ball. I hope you can find a way to survive. Goodbye." Saying so, she activated her star shuttle and flew past Yang Kai. Miao stood behind her elder sister and made a face at Yang Kai before the two sisters disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't try to stop them. Since the two of them were lost and couldn't find their way, there was no point in him continuing to ask. Pulling the white ball of light the other party had summoned into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai began to carefully investigate it. That ball of light was the other party's spiritual energy and contained some information, but it wasn't much. For the current Yang Kai, however, this information was extremely important. The role of the star was just as Yang Kai had guessed. The star was indeed a map used to guide a cultivator through the star field. When a cultivator wanted to fly from one continent to another and travel a long way, they would purchase a star. Each star was different and was created by a master with a profound cultivation. These purchased stars could be stored in a star shuttle. The cultivator only needed to circulate their spiritual energy to activate the star, and the star shuttle would follow the route drawn on it, safely moving forward while avoiding many potential dangers. There was even no need for the cultivator to change direction. The star shuttle could move forward automatically. The stars inside the star shuttle could be replaced or erased. There were all kinds of benefits. Yang Kai now understood the importance of the star and why the two sisters had asked him for one. However, his star shuttle was something he had obtained by accident and had been left in the star field for an unknown period of time. Even if there was a star inside, it had likely disappeared long ago. The miniature version of the star territory contained inside was also in chaos, so it was impossible to store a new star. That was why the other party had said his star shuttle was damaged. The information transmitted by the beautiful woman, in addition to an explanation of the star and star shuttle, also contained clues about this place. The chaotic abyss. The beautiful star field that Yang Kai couldn't help but want to stay here and cultivate for a while turned out to be an extremely dangerous place. It was also called the chaotic abyss by the cultivator in the territory of the star field. The huge and beautiful stars surrounding it not only exuded extremely rich spiritual energy, but also distorted and chaotic territory. These countless territories were intertwined together, enough to make anyone who came here lose their sense of direction, forever trapped within the chaotic territory, unable to escape. Chapter 985. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai's face sank. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a restricted area in star territory. Even Saint King Realm Masters didn't dare set foot in this place easily. All the correct routes drawn on the star map would avoid this place. The beautiful stars around him flickered with a moving luster, but at the same time, they also contained great danger. The danger here wasn't just the chaotic territory field that could cause one to lose their sense of direction, but also something even more terrifying. The woman didn't tell Yang Kai exactly what this danger was, but Yang Kai knew that it was enough to cause him to lose his life. Yang Kai once again fell into a state of confusion and helplessness, not knowing where to go. After absorbing the information left behind by the other party, Yang Kai stopped in place and pondered for a while before sending out his star shuttle to search for a way out. He didn't want to give up. He had just arrived at this vast star territory and had yet to see the real wonders of this place. As time passed, he decided on a direction and used his power without restraint to fly forward. However, there seemed to be no end to it. No matter how long he flew, he was still surrounded by countless beautiful stars. He even couldn't help but have the illusion that he was circling around a certain position, continuously turning in a large circle. The chaotic territory field affected his grasp of direction and judgment of his position. Often, even when he thought he was heading in the right direction, it was actually useless. The stars twinkled and the star field was so vast that Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering here. Perhaps it was January or February, perhaps it was a year or so. Yang Kai had no idea how much time had passed. It was so long that Yang Kai's cultivation was steadily increasing, and in this rich world energy environment, he was rapidly breaking through to the second-order Saint realm. The speed at which his strength increased was beyond his imagination. Finally, Yang Kai found some comfort and joy in his heart. Secretly, Yang Kai felt that staying here was not as bad as he had imagined. As long as he continued to search, he would eventually find a way out. One day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged atop his star shuttle, allowing it to fly forward while he meditated. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Since he couldn't find a way out for the time being, he might as well take this opportunity to improve his strength. He believed that even in the entire star territory, such a cultivation environment was extremely rare. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to break through the restrictions and confusion of this chaotic territory. Two strong divine soul fluctuations and life auras suddenly entered his senses. It was the two sisters he had met before. Yang Kai opened his eyes, and his expression became strange. He never thought that he would actually be able to see them again. They seemed to be unable to find a way out and were lost in this chaotic abyss. At this moment, they were resting on a huge meteorite. They didn't continue to fly and let the meteorite take them forward aimlessly. The two of them were the only living beings that Yang Kai had met along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a subtle feeling of sympathy for them. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the asteroid they were on. A moment later, Yang Kai landed on the meteorite and looked around, but didn't find them. Instead, he found the entrance to a cave not far away. What are they doing hiding inside? Yang Kai frowned. Walking straight to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai shouted, "You're inside. Come in and talk." The voice of the two sisters came from inside. They had also judged Yang Kai's identity from the aura he gave off, so they weren't on guard. Yang Kai bent down and entered the cave, going all the way inside. After a few twists and turns, he saw two vague figures sitting cross-legged not far away, snuggling up to each other. At this moment, the mood of the two women didn't seem to be high. Yang Kai faintly felt that the mood of the younger sister named He Miao was very low, as if she was feeling despair because she was lost in this chaotic abyss. "We meet again," the elder sister gently nodded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "Although this wasn't something to be happy about, why are you hiding here? Is there any danger?" "There's no danger. We just don't want to waste our strength in St. Chi. Haven't you noticed that hiding here doesn't require us to circulate our strength to resist the erosion of the star field?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai came to his senses and carefully probed himself, quickly discovering that the star field that filled the entire territory of the star field really couldn't penetrate this place, allowing them to relax. "We've run out of St. Crystals and pills, so we can only hide here," He Miao said faintly. This time, she wasn't as mischievous as she had been the last time they met, her expression rather gloomy. "You've run out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "We've been lost here for a long time," the elder sister explained. "If we go out again and can't find a way out, when we run out of strength, all that awaits us is death." "You're really pitiful." Yang Kai understood their situation and couldn't help sighing. "What are you gloating about?" He Miao sniffled, her tone somewhat sour. "Am I?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You are. Whatever you say, what are you going to do now? Are you going to keep hiding? What else can we do?" The elder sister looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "We're not like you. Our bodies are so strong that we don't need to circulate our strength to resist the power of the star field." Yang Kai let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. In the darkness, He Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "You're not afraid of the erosion of the star field. so you don't need Saint crystals or pills to supplement your strength. Do you have any extra Saint crystals or pills on you? If you do, can you sell them and lend them to us? She wore an expectant look, as if she had found new hope, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai. The elder sister was also enlightened by her words, her expression suddenly becoming one of expectation. I don't have any Saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head. The two sisters frowned at the same time, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being a stingy man who didn't know how to please a beautiful woman. But I do have crystal stones and some pills, Yang Kai added. Crystal stones? Low-grade crystal stones? The elder sister looked startled. Crystal stones are fine. It's better than nothing. Then are you willing to lend us some? He Miao asked pitifully. It doesn't matter if I share some with you. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. In any case, he didn't need to use crystal stones in the star field, and he could constantly absorb energy from his surroundings to enhance his cultivation. Great, you're really a good person. He Miao cheered, her face filled with joy. But what can you give me? Yang Kai asked again. He Miao's joy stiffened on her face as the elder sister asked with some vigilance. What do you want? In the darkness, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two sisters as he pondered. He really didn't know what to ask these two sisters to make up for his losses. Forget it. The elder sister's face suddenly became gloomy and her attitude changed, coldly saying, just pretend we didn't say anything. We'd rather hide here forever. Smelly man. He Miao also shouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely towards Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance. Be careful or we sisters will join forces and beat you. They had obviously misunderstood Yang Kai, thinking he wanted to take advantage of their current situation. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled, taking out some crystal stones and pills from the demon mystic tome and placing them in front of them. Consider this alone. He didn't take out too many crystal stones and only took out spirit pills, not even saint pills, even though he had many. After all, he and these two women could only be considered to have met by chance and did not have much of a friendship. If he really took out too many holy pills or spirit stones, it might make them covet it, and the two sisters would really join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against them. Yang Kai's actions stunned the two sisters on the spot, not knowing why he had suddenly become so easy to talk to. The coldness on the elder sister's face showed some signs of melting as she said apologetically, if there is a chance, we will definitely return it 10 times over. Then I wish you good luck. Yang Kai smiled. I have to continue looking for a way out, so I won't disturb you any longer. Saying so, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Just as he was about to leave the cave, the elder sister's voice came from behind. We are from Sword Union. My name is Hizeo and my sister is He Miao. I'll remember. I hope we meet again, Yang Kai replied. After Yang Kai left, the two sisters, Hizeo and He Miao, glanced at each other and He Miao said, what a strange person, not even telling us his name. Does he know any etiquette? At least he's not a bad person. Hizeo looked at the crystal stones and spirit pills in front of her with a faint gratefulness on her face. He really came from a very remote place. These crystal stones and spirit pills are of such poor quality that they can't provide much strength. He Miao pursed her lips and commented on the things Yang Kai left behind. Be content. With these things, we can explore this place for at least another 1 or 2 months without worrying about exhausting our strength. Although our chances are slim, we can't give up. Master may already be looking for us. If she can bring some reinforcements here, we may not necessarily die here. Elder sister, I miss Master so much. I'll never come to this damned place again. If we hadn't been pursued by Purple Star this time, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation, let alone come so deep into the chaotic abyss. Will Purple Star's people chase after us? They definitely won't let us go. It's possible, after all, that thing is still in our hands. Damn it, I don't know how this information was leaked. There must be a mole in the Union, He Miao said decisively. Let's not worry about that for now. In the current situation, our survival is more important. The two sisters said as they carefully put away the crystal stones and spirit pills. These low-level materials, which they had never cared about before, had now become their last hope, so they didn't dare not cherish them. After recovering for a while inside the cave, The two sisters walked out of the cave and headed in a completely different direction from Kaiyang, looking for a small chance of survival and a way out. Chapter 986. Inside the starfield, Yang Kai was still wandering about. He had been separated from the Hizeo and Himiao sisters for some time now, but he hadn't made any progress and hadn't been lucky enough to run into them again. On this day, just as he was looking around, 3 auras suddenly approached him from behind. These auras were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. As these auras spread out, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to pale slightly. It wasn't Hizeo or Himiao, because there were 3 people approaching him, and from their auras, Yang Kai could tell they were all third-order saints. Their auras made Yang Kai very unhappy, and he also felt a sense of danger. It was as if they weren't 3 people, but 3 bloodthirsty, vicious beasts. Should I avoid them or wait? These 2 contradictory thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but he immediately stopped and waited quietly. These 3 people had obviously discovered him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed straight towards him. If he tried to avoid them at this time, it would only arouse their desire to chase after him. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his star shuttle would be able to shake them off with its speed. The most important thing was that he had finally encountered a second group of people, so perhaps there was a chance he could find a way out. If he could obtain a copy of their star fragments, that would be even better. Hizeo had said that as long as he obtained a copy of their star fragment, there would be a chance to leave this chaotic abyss. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. With 3 third-order saints, Yang Kai estimated that even if they really fought, with his current strength, if he went all out, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As such, he had nothing to fear. 3 blue lights flew through the star field, dragging long streaks of light behind them as they approached Yang Kai. A moment later, the blue lights stopped in front of Yang Kai and 3 figures appeared. Each of these 3 people had their own star shuttle, unlike Hizeo and Himiao, who shared a single star shuttle. It was obvious that these 3 had strong financial resources. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was extremely burly and had a dignified demeanor. The other man was thin and had a cynical smile on his face. He was playing with a silver dagger in his hand. From time to time, a cold light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. As for the woman, she had an enchanting figure and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes. She looked up and down at Yang Kai with great interest, and after a while, a look of interest appeared on her face. As soon as they appeared, Yang Kai knew that his worries had come true. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as Hizeo and Himiao. These 3 people didn't look like good people at first glance. If things didn't go well, they might really cause some trouble later. Kid, where did you come from? The burly man coldly stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. There was a majesty that couldn't be ignored, as if he didn't care about Yang Kai at all and could control his life and death at will. I came from a low-level world. Yang Kai carefully chose his words and said cautiously, I've been lost here for a long time and haven't been able to find a way out. If it's convenient, can you lend me your star shuttle so I can make a copy of it? This was what Hizeo had said to him before. Although he didn't know how to make a copy of a star shuttle, as long as he could obtain the other party's star shuttle, he should be able to figure it out. Make a copy of a star? The man sneered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a playful look on his face. Sure, but you have to answer one of my questions honestly. What? Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy because he didn't think the other party would be as easy to talk to as they seemed. When the man agreed, the other thin man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, looking like he was about to start a slaughter. Yang Kai estimated that as soon as he finished answering the question, the thin man would immediately make his move. The other party had no intention of letting him make a copy of a star shuttle. You said you've been lost here for a long time? Then, have you seen the 2 girls? They should be wearing white clothes with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on their chests. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding that this man was asking about Hizeo and Himiao. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind as he recalled that when he first met the 2 sisters, Himiao had once said something unexpected, that they seemed to be being chased by some people. Was it these 3 people in front of him who were chasing them? Yang Kai's contemplation revealed some flaws, and the burly man's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and shouted, "You've seen them, haven't you? Why are you looking for them?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead asked, "Boy, this isn't something you should inquire about. Just answer the question and you'll benefit from it. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind making you cooperate." The thin man smiled wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai like a poisonous snake. At this point, there was no point in denying it. So Yang Kai simply nodded, "Yes, I've seen them." "When did you see them, and where are they now?" The burly man anxiously asked, as if he Zao and he Miao were very important to them. "I don't know the exact time, but about a month ago, they landed on a meteorite and I asked them for directions," Yang Kai said honestly. "A month ago? What kind of meteorite was it? Where was it?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I can't remember." "Incompetent!" The burly man shouted angrily, clearly a little flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. "Lu Shan, why are you angry with him?" The enchanting woman giggled, and she was extremely flirtatious as she twisted her plump buttocks, causing circles of soul-stealing ripples to sway out. "He's just a little fellow that's lost here. What would he know? However, at the very least, we can be certain that those two little sluts are here." Saying so, she turned a gentle look towards Yang Kai and said softly, "Little boy, don't be afraid. Elder sister wants to ask you, are those two also lost?" This voice was like an invisible hand that reached into Yang Kai's heart, plucking at his heartstrings, causing his blood to boil and a primal feeling to surge from the depths of his heart. A seductive technique. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help shivering, but he still put on a look of seduction and said, "Yes, they are indeed lost. I heard them say that the star in their star shuttle was damaged." Yang Kai's performance made the beautiful woman quite satisfied, and she shot a triumphant glance towards the burly man named Lu Shan. But the burly man seemed to despise the beautiful woman's methods, and his gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more unfriendly, thinking that this little brat was a pervert who couldn't resist the temptation of her beauty. "Haha, it's good that they're lost." The thin man laughed. "Kill him. Since he doesn't know the whereabouts of those two little sluts, there's no point in keeping him alive." Lu Shan waved his hand impatiently. A cold aura suddenly erupted from the thin man's body, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. "What's the hurry?" The beautiful woman quickly tried to stop him. "What do you want him for?" "Don't forget we still have a mission to complete. As long as we complete this mission, you can have as many men as you want," Lu Shan said calmly. "Then what if I want you?" The beautiful woman winked at Lu Shan. "Forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with you. I want to live a few more years," Lu Shan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of interest. "Then don't kill him. A Saint Realm boy isn't something you can casually obtain. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill him?" The beautiful woman's face hardened. "Besides, we've already obtained some important information. Shouldn't we hurry back and report it? Do you still want to continue exploring? In this vast star territory, how could it be easy to find two people?" Lu Shan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Forget it. We'll do as you wish. We really should go back and report this." He seemed unwilling to annoy the beautiful woman and finally compromised. "Young man, come to Elder Sister. Elder Sister will protect you. With me here, no one will hurt you." The beautiful woman enthusiastically beckoned to Yang Kai. "Thank you." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I can cooperate with you. In fact, I have some grudges with those two sluts." "Oh? What kind of grudges?" The beautiful woman looked at him curiously. Even Lu Shan and the thin man were puzzled. "They ran out of Saint crystals and pills, so they took them all from me," Yang Kai said angrily. The beautiful woman couldn't help covering her mouth. Lu Shan and the thin man also quickly swept Yang Kai with their divine senses and found that he really didn't have any space artifact on him, so they immediately believed him. They all knew what kind of cultivation he Zao and he Miao had, so Yang Kai, a first-order saint, naturally wasn't their opponent. As such, Yang Kai's story didn't seem to have any flaws. "When we find them, they'll be at your disposal." The beautiful woman held onto Yang Kai's arm and breathed into his ear. Her full breasts were squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's elbow, and her tender body constantly drew closer to Yang Kai's side. Burning hot? Really? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, a lecherous expression appearing on his face. Really, when the time comes, we'll torture them together. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. I like doing this kind of thing the most. The thin man gloated from the side. Of course, the premise is that you have to survive until then. Boy, if I were you, I would choose to be killed now rather than go back with her. Lu Sha, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The beautiful woman glared at the thin man fiercely. Lu Sha shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Is it dangerous to go back with you? Yang Kai turned to look at the beautiful woman, a look of disdain on his face, as if he didn't know how to write the word death, even elbowing the other party's plump breasts as he spoke. At such a close distance, as long as he used his full strength, this beautiful woman would have no hope of surviving, but he didn't act rashly. He felt that although these three people weren't good people, at least following them should allow him to leave the chaotic abyss. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most right now, so he decided to bide his time. How could that be? The beautiful woman giggled. Not only will there be no danger, elder sister will also give you an unforgettable experience. Then I'll wait and see. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 987. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances these three had with the Hizeo and Himiao sisters, but from their conversation, he could infer that they were also quite wary of the hidden dangers of this chaotic abyss. So after obtaining some reliable information, they couldn't wait to return and report it to their superiors so they could leave this place. No matter where they returned to, as long as he followed them, Yang Kai felt that he could leave this restricted area and star territory that had troubled him for so long. After leaving this place, all he had to do was find a suitable opportunity to get rid of these three. Yang Kai's performance along the way was very cooperative and taciturn, causing the three of them to gradually relax their vigilance towards him. A first-order saint, the three of them really didn't care much about him. Their words inadvertently revealed some information, allowing Yang Kai to learn that they belonged to a force called Purple Star. The burly man was called Lu Shan, the thin man like a viper was called Lu Sha, and the beautiful woman was called Bai Ya. The star shuttles of these three were of a higher grade than those of Yang Kai's, allowing them to fly much faster through Starfield. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced, thinking that he had made the right choice not to immediately avoid them when he first detected their auras, because even if he had tried to avoid them at that time, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally couldn't help asking the beautiful woman, "Where are we going now?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Baya giggled, not answering Yang Kai's question. Lu Sha glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Look, we're almost there," Baya suddenly pointed to the front, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he almost exclaimed. Somewhere in the dark and cold star field, a giant beast-like figure was rapidly approaching. This figure was at least 1,000 meters long, giving it a majestic appearance. Although its figure was large, its movements were silent and extremely fast. When they saw this huge figure, Lu Shan, Lu Sha, and Baya couldn't help showing a relaxed look, as if they had just returned home. They had been on tenterhooks all this time in the chaotic abyss. A vicious beast? Yang Kai frowned and muttered, releasing his divine sense at the same time, but quickly discovered that this giant figure didn't have the slightest vitality and instead exuded energy fluctuations like an artifact. A vicious beast? Baya glanced at Yang Kai in surprise before she giggled. "Yang, you're so cute. How could that be a vicious beast? That's my Purple Star's Saint starships." "Starship? S's, SS coulds. T's of the star of a star is S." Lu Shan looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then slowly shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Yang Kai's words immediately exposed that he really came from a low-level world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have never seen such a large artifact like a starship. When Yang Kai had answered him like this before, Lu Shan hadn't tried to get to the bottom of it because he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai alive. Now, Lu Shan was certain that this idiot really came from a low-level world. As the distance closed, Yang Kai finally saw what he had mistaken for a vicious beast. It was a bronze ship that was 1,000 feet long. It was somewhat similar to the tattered ship that was sealed under Emodu, however. This ship was a little bigger than the one under Emodu. Did the bone race arrive in Tongxian realm thousands of years ago on this kind of thing? Yang Kai was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. He suddenly realized that his plan was probably going to fail. He had thought that these three people would use their star shuttles to leave the chaotic abyss, so he had cooperated and waited for an opportunity to find a way out. But now, facing such a huge bronze ship, Yang Kai discovered just how small he was. If he really entered this bronze ship with them, he would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a Saint King Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape, Lu Shan suddenly took out a palm-sized compass-like artifact from his sleeve. This compass-like artifact flashed with a faint light as Yang Kai released his divine sense and penetrated it, seemingly beginning to communicate with someone. A moment later, Yang Kai put away this artifact again, and with a bang, the bottom of the bronze ship cracked open. "Let's go." Lu Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the crack, Lu Sha and Baya following closely behind. In a flash, the three of them took Yang Kai into the crack and arrived inside the ship. After the three of them set foot on the bronze ship, the crack closed automatically. Yang Kai was dazzled by this sight, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a prosperous city. However, the bitterness in his heart was unbearable because the moment he set foot on this ship, he felt extremely powerful life auras and life auras from all directions. Most of these auras belonged to Saint Realm Masters, and 2 or 3 of them were even stronger, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate uneasily, making him feel like he was powerless to resist. It was as if this aura alone was enough to destroy his will. Saint King Realm. There really was a Saint King Realm Master inside this bronze ship. "Lu Shan, you've come back too late." A third-order Saint Realm Master walked over and shouted. "We took a bit of a detour, but we did manage to obtain some information." "Oh?" The man frowned. "What information?" "Those 2 little sluts really did come to the chaotic abyss, and their star shuttles were damaged in the previous battle, so they are now lost here." "Where did you get this information from? How reliable is it?" A light flashed across the man's eyes. "This little brat told us that he encountered those 2 sisters and had all the crystal stones and pills on him snatched away, so I estimate those 2 sluts won't be able to last much longer." Lu Shan pointed to Yang Kai. Only then did the man notice the existence of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him before nodding indifferently. "That's good. As long as they are still in the chaotic abyss, they won't be able to escape from our grasp. We need to report this news to Master quickly and see what he decides." "I'm just about to go. Do you want to come with me?" Lu Shan asked. "Then let's go together." Saying so, the 2 walked side by side towards the depths of the ship. "This lady won't be going. I'll take him back to rest first." Baya smiled lightly before grabbing Yang Kai's arm and walking in a different direction. Lu Shan frowned unhappily but didn't stop her, instead just reminding her, "Don't go too crazy." I know what I'm doing," Baya smiled tenderly. Following Baya all the way through the ship's hold, Yang Kai saw that she was very familiar with the interior structure of the ship. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, none of whom had a cultivation below the transcendent realm, all of them Saint Realm. However, when these people saw Baya, they all avoided her in fear, as if they were avoiding a poisonous scorpion. Only after Baya had gone far away did they relax. When they looked at Yang Kai, who was being held by Baya, a look of sympathy appeared on each of their faces, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could almost predict what this beautiful woman was going to do with him, and from the looks of these cultivators, he could infer that if she really did something to him, his end would likely be very miserable. Cheap slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, constantly observing the route they had taken, deeply imprinting it in his mind in an attempt to find a way out. After a while, Baya brought Yang Kai to a certain room. Opening the door, Baya beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai walked in meekly and glanced around, quickly discovering that this should be Bai Ya's residence. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, not too strong, but just right. The room was decorated with pink hues, making it look very warm and comfortable, causing anyone who entered to feel a sense of warmth and relaxation, letting down their guard. Inside the room, there was a small incense burner. He didn't know what kind of incense it was, but when Kai Yang took a whiff of it, his body involuntarily had some subtle reactions. His blood began to flow faster, and deep within his heart, his instincts began to awaken. Yang Kai's clear eyes were covered with a faint layer of red light. There seemed to be a soft whisper in his ears, one that seemed to steal his soul, causing his breathing to become heavy. At some point, Baya had arrived in front of Yang Kai, her pair of peach blossom eyes glowing with a strange light, her jade-white hands stroking Yang Kai's chest, her face flushed red, making her look even more alluring. She looked at Kai Yang with satisfaction, her fiery hot tender body taking the initiative to press her full breasts against Kai Yang's sturdy chest. Her ruby-red eyes wriggled, and a burst of suppressed moans came from her throat. She gently pushed Yang Kai towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's breathing was heavy as he stared at her, like a virgin. Hee. Baya seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. That kind of expression that was filled with conflict was always one of her favorite things to see. She often destroyed the rationality of men, turning them into wild beasts, deriving great satisfaction from it. Baya approached Yang Kai step by step, forcing him to continuously retreat, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is elder sister's room. No one will come in. You can do whatever you want." Her breathing also became heavy, her tender body constantly twisting, the two protrusions on her chest becoming stiff as they rubbed against Yang Kai's chest, bringing about a burst of indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Baya seemed to have transformed into a dissatisfied woman. Kai Yang fell onto the fragrant bed, and she took the initiative to mount him. Without any trace of politeness, she began to undress Kai Yang. Kai Yang continuously swallowed his saliva, as if he had already fallen into her gentle embrace. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative to stretch out his two big hands and grab Feng Ting. Chapter 988. Baya's tender body suddenly tensed up and she let out a soft moan before glaring at Yang Kai and whispering, "Be gentle, you're going to break me. Slut." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in the depths of his heart, especially when he saw the two peaks in his hands. Their amazing elasticity almost made him lose his ability to think, and the heat radiating from his palms was enough to destroy his psychological defenses. Baya seemed to be in a state of lust, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the flow of power in her body had become strange. Her entire temperament was also changing without a trace, making her look even more charming and delicious. Any man who was ridden by her would not be able to resist her temptation. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, her exposed skin glowing with a strange red light, as if no matter which part of her body it was possible to squeeze out a handful of water. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to all men. Yang Kai's eyes became red as his pupils dilated, unable to control his body and mind, his two big hands mechanically kneading her peaks. It was as if he had lost his mind. After quietly observing for a while, Baya's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a smug look. She knew that the man beneath her had been completely conquered by her, and now she could do whatever she wanted to him. She had captured countless men, and as she entangled herself with them, she could absorb all of their blood essence and use it to enhance her own strength. The men she had played with would often become dried corpses and be discarded at will. Although she had played with many men, a Saint Realm cultivator was still very difficult to obtain. After cultivating to such a degree, they generally wouldn't just sit still and allow her to do as she pleased. As such, she was very fond of people like Yang Kai, especially this young man with a strong and handsome physique, which was more to her liking. After confirming that Yang Kai had fallen, Baya grinned and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth, where saliva seemed to be leaking out. She unbuttoned her clothes, exposing her snow-white jade-like breasts to the air. Her jade-like hands reached out and grasped Yang Kai's erection. With a soft sigh, Baya's beautiful eyes rippled as she muttered to herself, quite the capital. She was secretly delighted. She slightly raised her body and prepared to sit down. A strand of sparkling and translucent viscous liquid flowed out from between her legs and slid down her slender legs. Right at this moment, her movements paused, and her eyebrows knitted into a line. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction surged out of her pretty face as she turned her head to look outside the room. The moment she shifted her gaze, Yang Kai's already relaxed pupils contracted slightly, and the power that he had secretly gathered quietly dispersed. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately, the door was pushed open and Lu Shan and Lu Sha appeared at the door. The two of them just stared at Bai Ye and Yang Kai, who were still in an ambiguous position on the bed, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding them. Lu Sha even whistled frivolously, his eyes constantly roaming over Bai Ye's body. "It's time to go," Lu Shan said lightly. "Really?" Bai Ye's expression became bitter. "Didn't we just come back?" "This is Master's order. If you have any complaints, just go to him," Lu Shan replied indifferently. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Saying so, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't pay any attention to Bai Ye, as if her perfect and seductive body was not attractive to him at all. Bai Ye stared down at Yang Kai, who was lying below her and had already lost all strength to resist, clenching her teeth, feeling a little reluctant and annoyed. After a moment, she turned her head and glared at Lu Sha. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Lu Sha grinned and shouted, "Why didn't you say that to Lu Shan? He also saw it." "He didn't get aroused, but you did. You cheap man, get out." Bai Ye waved her hand and the door was closed. Outside the door, Lu Sha pinched his nose and muttered discontentedly, "It's not like I haven't seen it before, really making a big fuss out of nothing." Saying so, he laughed loudly. But being interrupted at such a critical moment, anyone would be angry. "Lu Shan, you did a good job." "I was just following Master's orders," Lu Shan coldly snorted. Inside the room, Bai Ye gritted her teeth and cursed as she put on the clothes she had just taken off, a moment later storming out of the room. The sound of the three people's footsteps gradually faded away. After confirming that they had gone far enough, Yang Kai's face sank and he sat up on the bed. If Lu Shan had come just a little later, he would have killed her already. Bai Ye thought he had completely fallen and was completely defenseless. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was sure he could kill Bai Ye with a single blow. As for what he would do after killing her, Yang Kai didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with this slutty woman. The aura she exuded when she was aroused was too dangerous. It was an aura that would devour him alive. The Star Territory was really full of surprises, but at the same time, it was also accompanied by greater dangers. Neatly putting on his clothes, Yang Kai sat on the bed and began to think. Now that Bai Ye was gone and no one was here to care about him, Yang Kai was considering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this ship. However, how to open the exit of this ship's artifact was something Yang Kai didn't know yet. So if he acted rashly, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses. Just as he was contemplating, the door to his room opened again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man who was staring at Yang Kai with a strange look. This man was a second-order saint, which wasn't very high on this ship, so Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. "Boy, your luck is quite good," the middle-aged man suddenly said. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai pretended to be confused. "If you don't know, then forget it. Come out." The man beckoned to him. Yang Kai frowned but didn't refuse, standing up and walking out of the room. The middle-aged man didn't say a word and began leading him through the cabin. "Where are you taking me?" Yang Kai couldn't help asking. "Wherever I'm taking you. What nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man frowned unhappily and coldly snorted. "It stands to reason that an inexplicable guest like you should be killed directly." A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. "However, Master Bai Ye wasn't willing to kill you like this, so she ordered me to arrange a good place for you. When she returns next time, she will come to find you," the middle-aged man explained casually. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that there was no danger for the time being. As long as Bai Ye still wanted something to happen between them, she wouldn't let anyone kill him. Following behind the middle-aged man, they walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before they arrived at a huge, secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich energy wash over him. Inside this secret chamber, this energy seemed to be so rich that it was almost tangible. Here at the bottom of the ship, Yang Kai glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He didn't know what this secret chamber was used for, but a series of flashing spirit arrays were scattered throughout every corner of the room, converging together to form a shocking spirit array. These spirit arrays also led deep into the ship's depths. Rows of top-grade crystal stones were arranged in a regular pattern in this secret chamber. Each of these top-grade crystal stones was the size of a wash basin and contained a rich amount of energy. This energy flowed along the lines of the spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't know where it was sent. Inside this secret chamber, there was also a grid of independent compartments, each of which had a cultivator sitting cross-legged, their strength varying from high to low. Most of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators, but there were also a few Saint Realm cultivators. The hands and feet of these cultivators were shackled by shackles that extended from the bottom of the secret chamber, making it so they could only move within a small area, unable to leave. These shackles also exuded a strange aura, faintly giving off a restraining effect. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized the situation was not good, because he found that each of these shackled cultivators was extremely weak, their faces sallow, the strength in their bodies silently draining away, all of them showing signs of overdraft. The situation was more serious, their auras fluctuating and their cultivations seemingly slipping. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "The starship's power room." The middle-aged man replied casually, "What you need to do is very simple. Just sit there like them. You don't need to worry about anything else." Before Yang Kai could ask any more questions, the middle-aged man shouted to the side, "Kuming, I've brought you a newcomer." A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him, showing a satisfied look as he grinned and asked, "His cultivation isn't bad. Where did you find him?" The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. "Master Bai Ye and the others brought him back." "Master Bai Ye?" The man named Kuming frowned for a moment before showing a meaningful smile. She was willing to send this person to the power room? Master Bai Ye went out to perform a task again, so there's no one to watch over him for the time being, so she wanted to put him in the power room. "You take care of him carefully, don't let him die." Kuming grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of bestial fangs. "I can't guarantee that. Just now an unlucky guy died. You know the situation here. I don't have the final say." The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly understanding Kuming's difficulties, nodding, "Anyway, try your best. When Master Bai Ye comes back next time, if he really dies, it will only anger her." Kuming's face changed dramatically, revealing a deep sense of dread, as if he was also afraid of this beautiful woman. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll distribute more Saint Crystals to him and try not to weaken him." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, staring deeply at Yang Kai before turning to leave. Chapter 989. The middle-aged man who led Yang Kai here had a brief conversation with the cultivator named Kuming before leaving directly. While they were talking, Yang Kai didn't say a word and just silently observed his surroundings, a performance that made Kuming very satisfied. "Boy, come with me." Kuming beckoned to Yang Kai and led him around this huge secret room. A short time later, they arrived in front of a separate grid. There was originally a cultivator here who had his hands and feet bound in shackles and could only sit cross-legged on the ground. But at this moment, he was already dead, his vitality gone. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered great pain. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the meridians around his neck were bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. He must have suffered unimaginable torture before his death. His entire body was so thin that he was nothing more than skin and bones, his skin so pale that there was no trace of blood. "Come here, throw this body out," Kuming shouted to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, untied the body from the shackles, picked it up, and quickly disappeared. Kuming grinned meaningfully and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, be obedient and I won't make you suffer. After all, You are someone Master Baya wants, and I don't want to make her unhappy, so you should cooperate. It will be good for both of us." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kaming laughed and said, "Good, good. You can sit here." He pointed to the spot where the dead man had just sat. Yang Kai sat down obediently and let him tie the shackles to his hands and feet. This place, which they called the starship's power room, was hiding many Saint Realm masters. Yang Kai could even feel the aura of a Saint King from this hidden place. As such, he didn't dare act rashly. After the shackles were placed on his body, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, because he found that the shackles were releasing a terrifying attractive force that was madly absorbing the Saint Chi in his body. The Saint Chi in his body flowed into the starship through the shackles and merged with the huge Saint crystals to power the starship's movements. Yang Kai finally understood why so many cultivators were bound here. He also understood why the cultivator who was bound here were all dispirited and weak. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to maintain their strength for too long. Those who were strong could maintain their strength for a longer period of time, but if they weren't strong enough, it wouldn't take long for them to die miserably on the spot because of this unrestrained extraction. The cultivator who had been sitting here before had probably died in this way. "Don't be afraid." Kaming squatted in front of Yang Kai and comforted him. "The starship's power is basically provided by the Saint crystals here." As he spoke, he pointed to the huge, neatly arranged Saint crystals nearby. "You people are only here to assist, so there's nothing to worry about. And these are for you. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on absorbing it." The ring on his hand flashed, and a dozen fist-sized Saint crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai. These Saint crystals contained extremely rich energy, and although they couldn't be compared to the ones arranged nearby, they were still quite good. "What do I do when I run out?" Yang Kai picked up a piece of Saint crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and asked, "Call me when you're done. I'll give you more. You're one of Master Baya's people, so naturally I won't be stingy with you." Kaming smiled meaningfully. If that bitch Baya came back and found this little brat unable to enjoy himself, he would definitely be punished. "Good." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, directly closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his secret art to absorb the Saint crystal's power to supplement his own losses. Kuming straightened up, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to hide in the dark, busying himself with his own affairs. After he left, Yang Kai opened his eyes and secretly glanced around. There were at least 50 to 60 cultivators imprisoned in this power room, and all of these cultivators were very weak, some of them gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. While Yang Kai was secretly observing, he suddenly discovered that in the darkness, pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions, like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow, all of them showing a look of greed. These eyes belonged to the imprisoned cultivator, but they weren't interested in Yang Kai, but in the dozen or so Saint crystals left behind by Kuming. The shackles that bound them were constantly draining the power from their bodies, so the only way to replenish their strength was to absorb Saint crystals. They wouldn't be treated so well by Kuming and be given such a large amount of wealth. In this situation, Saint crystals meant life. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why they were reacting like this. Unobtrusively, Yang Kai placed the dozen or so Saint crystals between his legs, obscuring these greedy eyes. Closing his eyes and feeling the speed at which the shackles were draining his strength, Yang Kai's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Kai found that the rate at which the shackles were draining his strength wasn't very fast, and he could use Saint crystals to supplement it. In other words, not only would he not face any life-threatening danger while sitting here, he could even use Saint crystals to improve his cultivation. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt that things weren't so simple. After all, there were so many people here who were extremely miserable. Learning from the mistakes of others, Yang Kai felt that it was best to be careful. "Friend, friend?" Suddenly, a soft voice called out in his ear. At first, Yang Kai didn't care, but the voice kept ringing, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Although there wasn't enough light, Yang Kai could still see to his right that a square-faced young man was smiling at him in a friendly manner. There was even a hint of flattery in this smile. Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he guessed what this young man wanted to do, asking indifferently, "Are you calling me?" "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. "My name is Shintu. How should I address you, friend?" "What does that have to do with you?" The young man still smiled cheekily, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's indifference, saying in a familiar tone, "We're all in the same boat, so why be friends? There's no need to be so vigilant, right?" "I don't like to make friends with strangers." Yang Kai shook his head. "Don't say that." Shintu's brow twitched, a wretched expression appearing on his face. As the saying goes, the first time we're strangers, the second time we're friends, and the third time we're not strangers. Yang Kai decisively closed his eyes and ignored this young man. Shintu's expression became bitter as he grumbled, Hey, don't ignore me. It's boring to just sit here. Chatting with each other is a good way to relieve boredom." "Don't worry, I don't have any ideas about your St. Crystals. This stupid shackle can't do anything to me. Even if I let it whip me for 100 years, it still won't kill me. I really don't have any ideas about your St. Crystals. Just look at my complexion, feel my life force fluctuations. I'm completely different from those people who are about to die." Shintu chattered endlessly. Yang Kai ignored him, so he continued to nag endlessly, as if he wouldn't give up until Yang Kai spoke. "Right. I just heard that man say you were captured by a woman named Baya? TSK, brother. You're really lucky. Out of all the people who caught you, you just had to be caught by that cheap bitch. I advise you, if she wants to do anything to you, don't agree. Her name has already spread throughout the entire star territory. Anyone who goes to bed with her won't have a good end. You'll only end up being sucked dry by her. That's the most tragic way to die. Just thinking about it makes me shudder." He tried to attract Yang Kai's attention with a topic of interest, awakening his sense of crisis. Yang Kai remained unmoved. "Brother, haven't you heard my name? Since we're friends, when we get out of here, I guarantee you there will be benefits for you. I can let you enjoy glory and wealth. No need to worry about food and clothing, St. Crystals, artifacts, beauties, whatever you want." Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened and a ray of light blossomed in the darkness. Shintu gawked for a moment before immediately grinning. He thought he had finally found something Yang Kai was interested in, but just as he was about to continue, something suddenly flew towards him. Shintu's eyes flashed and he quickly caught this thing in his hand, but after realizing what it was, his face filled with joy as he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. "Brother, thank you. You're really easy to talk to." He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually give him a piece of St. Crystal without even saying anything. This was the purpose of his showing goodwill to Yang Kai. Although Kameng would distribute some St. Crystals to the cultivator imprisoned here every day in order to maintain their strength and vitality, the amount of St. Crystals he distributed simply couldn't cover the cost. Shintu hadn't been captured here for too long, and his strength wasn't low, so he was barely able to maintain his vitality, but if he continued like this, he couldn't guarantee how long he would be able to hold on. Today, Yang Kai had obtained more than a dozen pieces of St. Crystal, and Kuming had even generously offered to ask him for more once they were used up. When Shen Tu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, heard these words, he naturally became interested. In the past, Shen Tu had never cared about wealth and glory, but now, he had never thought that a trivial piece of low-rank St. Crystal could make him so happy. This piece of low-rank St. Crystal was even more tempting to him than the best woman he could find. "Brother, can you give me another piece? In any case, you have so many, you won't be able to use them all up for the time being," Shintu shamelessly begged, somewhat unsatisfied. Yang Kai simply grinned at him strangely. Shintu didn't know what he meant, but just as he was about to lose his composure, he suddenly heard Yang Kai shout. Kameng quickly appeared and hurried over to Yang Kai, saying with some displeasure, "What are you doing? Little brat, did you forget what I just said to you? I'm telling you to behave yourself." "He stole a piece of my St. Crystal when I wasn't paying attention." Yang Kai pointed to Shun Tu next to him. Kaming followed his finger and saw Shun Tu gripping the piece of low-rank St. Crystal tightly, holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The smile on Shun Tu's face suddenly stiffened, and he was dumbstruck. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.